Have you ever been deep in the woods, maybe on a summer camping trip, and felt that sudden, prickling sensation on the back of your neck? That feeling that you're not just being watched, but hunted. The woods are ancient, and they hold secrets far older and darker than we can imagine. Tonight, we're venturing into those shadows. We're not talking about bears or mountain lions. We're talking about something that wears a human's shape, but is hollowed out by an insatiable hunger. We're talking about the Wendigo, for our summer horror special. We've gathered a collection of allegedly true encounters and terrifying tales from the deepest parts of the North American wilderness. These are stories from people who went into the woods for a summer adventure and came back with a horror story they'd never forget. So, turn down the lights, get comfortable, and whatever you do, don't listen to this alone in the dark. These are true scary Wendigo horror stories, perfect for a terrifying summer night. Stay with us. My name is Dr. Alastair Finch. For 2 decades, I held a professorship in geology at a respected university, a position I relinquished only recently for reasons that will become clear. My life's work, my passion, has always been the Earth's silent history, the stories told in strata and stone. I have always been a man of science, a purveyor of facts and empirical evidence. I found solace in the wild, remote places of the world, where the clamor of humanity faded and one could hear the planet breathe. The profound solitude of the northern wilderness was not a thing to be endured, but a balm to my soul. It is a bitter irony, then, that in the place I sought ultimate isolation, I would discover I was not, and had never been, truly alone. Last winter, I was engaged by a multinational mining conglomerate to conduct a solo geological survey in a vast, unclaimed stretch of boreal forest in northern Ontario. The corporation had identified a potentially massive iron ore deposit through satellite imaging, and my task was to provide the ground truth, to collect core samples, map the rock formations, and verify the claim's viability. It was a contract that promised both a significant professional challenge and the deep, immersive solitude I craved. I was helicoptered in with enough supplies for a fortnight, dropped miles from the nearest logging road, a solitary speck in an endless ocean of white and green. The first 3 days were idyllic, a perfect communion of work and wilderness. The air was crystalline, so frigid it felt sharp and clean in my lungs. The silence was absolute, broken only by the sigh of the wind through the pines and the rhythmic crunch of my snowshoes. By day, I worked with methodical precision, drilling samples, logging data, and feeling the quiet satisfaction of a job well done. By night, I would sit by my expedition grade tent, nursing a flask of whiskey and watching the aurora borealis dance across a sky undiluted by city lights. I felt a profound sense of peace, a feeling of being the only sentient creature for 100 miles in any direction. It was a comforting, magnificent lie. The shift began on the 4th day. I was examining a granite outcropping, a sheer wall of rock scraped clean by ancient glaciers, when my eyes caught something incongruous against the pristine snow at its base. Tracks. My first assumption was a moose or perhaps a black bear that had inexplicably delayed its hibernation. But as I drew closer, a knot of academic curiosity tightened into a cold dread. They were not animal tracks. They were humanoid, bipedal, but hideously wrong. The stride was the first impossibility. The distance between each print was nearly 9 feet, a span that no human could achieve without a running leap. yet the impressions were from a steady, walking gait. The second anomaly was the depth. I am a man of considerable size, and my own snowshoe prints barely disturbed the top layer of compacted snow. These tracks were punched deep, sinking a good foot into the crust, as if made by something of immense, crushing weight. But the most disturbing detail, the feature that scraped away all rational explanation, was their structure. Each foot had only 2 toes. They were long, talon-like digits that ended in sharp, gouging points. I knelt, my scientific mind racing, desperately trying to categorize, to explain. A prank. Utterly impossible, given my remote location. A genetic mutation in some local fauna. The anatomy was too specific, too deliberate. I followed them, my earlier peace replaced by a gnawing unease. The tracks led me on a winding path for nearly half a mile before they arrived at the base of another sheer cliff face. 100-foot wall of stone and ice. And there they simply stopped. There were no tracks leading away. No scuffs or marks to suggest the creature had climbed the rock. No cave or crevice it could have entered. The line of deep, 2-toed prints marched directly to the base of the cliff, and then vanished into thin air, as if the being that made them had ceased to exist. I stood there for a long time, the wind biting at my exposed cheeks, my mind refusing to process what my eyes were seeing. The logical, ordered world I inhabited had suddenly developed a crack, and something terrible was beginning to peer through. That night, the temperature plummeted to a level where the very air seemed to fracture. The calm silence of the previous nights was gone, replaced by a relentless, moaning wind that clawed at my tent. I huddled inside my sleeping bag, the earlier events replaying in my mind, a loop of impossibility. I tried to rationalize. A freakish wind pattern carving the snow. A localized melt and refreeze. Every explanation felt hollow, a desperate lie my brain was telling my gut. It was then that I heard it. Over the shriek of the wind, a new sound emerged, a soft, rhythmic crunching in the snow. It was slow, deliberate, and heavy. Crunch, pause, crunch, pause. It was the sound of footsteps, heavy footsteps. The same weight that had driven those tracks so deep into the snow. My heart, which had been a steady, reliable muscle my entire life, began to hammer against my ribs like a trapped bird. The sound was circling my camp. It moved with a terrifying patience, a slow, investigative perimeter check. My hands, slick with a cold sweat, fumbled for the flare gun I kept for emergencies. The feel of the cold, checkered plastic was a small comfort in the suffocating darkness. I held my breath, straining my ears. The crunching stopped. The ensuing silence was a physical weight, a thick, suffocating blanket of pure dread. It was worse than the sound, because it was a silence of anticipation. It was listening. And it knew I was listening back. I must have drifted into a state of shock, induced exhaustion, because my next moment of awareness was of a new sound, one that jolted me into full, heart-stopping consciousness. A slow, deliberate tearing, the sound of reinforced tent fabric yielding to a sharp edge. Ruiep. It was not the frantic clawing of an animal. It was methodical, precise. I scrambled backward, a strangled cry dying in my throat, kicking at my gear to put distance between myself and the sound. Through the newly created rent in the fabric, I saw it. And the world of science, of logic and reason, dissolved into a primal scream. It was not a bear, not a man, not any living thing I could name. It stood against the stark white of the snow. Covered trees, a charcoal sketch of starvation drawn against the night. It was impossibly tall, its head brushing branches a dozen feet from the ground. Its body was so emaciated, it seemed to defy the laws of biology. A skeletal frame, draped in skin the color of ash and old frostbite. The skin was pulled so taut over its bones that it appeared mummified, desiccated, every knob of its spine and jut of its ribs clearly visible. Its limbs were long and spindly, like the branches of a dead willow, ending in filthy, yellowed claws that seemed to be an extension of the bone itself. But the worst part, the detail that haunts my waking and sleeping moments, was its profile. As it turned its head to peer through the tear in my tent, its body seemed to vanish. It was so unnaturally, impossibly thin that from the side, it was nearly invisible. A mere sliver of darkness. A vertical line that could be mistaken for a narrow tree trunk. It was a creature built for stalking, a predator that could hide in plain sight, a two-dimensional nightmare in a three-dimensional world. It made no sound. It simply watched me through the tear, its head a grotesque parody of a deer's skull, elongated and predatory. Its eyes were not eyes at all, but deep, black pits of shadow, devoid of reflection or light. In those empty sockets, I felt an ancient, malevolent intelligence, a cold curiosity that was far more terrifying than any animalistic rage. It was studying me, dissecting me with its gaze. My fumbling hands finally found the flare gun. With a convulsive jerk, I raised it and fired. A blinding red magnesium flare erupted from the barrel, bathing the clearing in a hellish, crimson light. The creature was illuminated in its full, horrifying glory. It did not flinch. It did not cry out in pain. It simply recoiled, a fluid motion of pure shadow, and melted back into the forest as silently and unnaturally as it had appeared. I was left alone in the freezing, ruined tent, the red light of the flare painting the snow in the color of blood, my own frantic breathing the only sound in a world that had suddenly become too vast and too old to comprehend. The hunt had begun. Sleep was not a possibility. It was not even a concept. My world had contracted to the interior of that ruined tent, the lingering, bloody afterglow of the flare, and the frantic, ragged sound of my own breathing. The cold, which had previously been a mere environmental factor, now felt like a malevolent entity in its own right, seeping through the tear in the fabric, a physical accomplice to the horror that lurked outside. I remained frozen for a time I cannot measure, clutching the empty flare gun as if it were a holy relic. The silence that had descended was absolute, a vacuum where the wind itself seemed to be holding its breath. It was the silence of a predator that has shown its power and is now content to wait, knowing its prey is trapped. My scientific mind, my lifelong anchor in a sea of chaos, was failing me. It sputtered, offering feeble, pathetic explanations, hallucinations brought on by altitude and cold, an undiscovered primate species. But my body knew the truth. The primal, cellular terror that gripped me was an older, more profound knowledge than anything I had learned from books. This was not an animal to be studied. It was a violation of the natural order. The first glimmer of pre-dawn light, a faint, gray smear on the eastern horizon, broke the paralysis. Survival, a deeply buried instinct, took over. My mission, the geological survey, the expensive corporate equipment, all of it was meaningless dust. I was no longer Dr. Alastair Finch, geologist. I was prey. With numb, clumsy fingers, I began to move. I abandoned the heavy drilling equipment, the cases of core samples, the solar generator. My movements were frantic yet focused. I stuffed my rucksack with only the most essential items for a desperate flight high. energy food bars, my remaining gas canisters and stove, a medical kit, a compass, and my satellite phone. I left the ruined tent as it was, a tattered monument to my shattered sense of security. Every rustle of fabric, every clink of metal on metal, sounded like a gunshot in the profound stillness. I expected that skeletal form to reappear at any moment, to see that skull, like face peering at me from between the trees. But there was nothing. Only the oppressive weight of its unseen gaze. I strapped on my snowshoes, took one last look at the camp that had, just yesterday, been my sanctuary, and plunged into the forest, heading south. I did not run. The snow was too deep, and I knew I had to conserve every calorie of energy. I settled into a relentless, punishing pace, a human machine fueled by pure terror. The sun rose, casting long, distorted shadows that played tricks on my frayed nerves. Every bent tree looked like a spindly limb. Every dark space between the pines a hiding place for that impossibly thin creature. The first day of my flight was a blur of white snow and dark trees. I did not stop to rest or eat. I chewed on frozen energy bars as I walked, my jaw aching with the effort. The silence of the woods was no longer peaceful. It was menacing. It was a canvas onto which my terrified mind painted a symphony of imagined sounds. But there were real sounds, too. A twig snapping to my left, just a fraction of a second after my own snowshoe crunched down. I would spin around, heart leaping into my throat, to see nothing but undisturbed snow. Hours later, a sound from above, like the call of a blue jay, but it was wrong. Too high, pitched, too hollow. A grotesque mimicry that ended in something like a dry, rasping chuckle. It was toying with me. This was not a straightforward pursuit. It was a psychological game, a cat and mouse torment played out over dozens of square miles of frozen wilderness. I felt it hurting me. Several times, when my compass told me I was veering too far west, a sudden, loud crash in the trees to that side would send me scrambling back to a southerly course. It was guiding my path, keeping me on a route of its own choosing. The horror of this realization was profound. I was not escaping, I was being permitted to flee. The hunt itself was the point, and my terror was its sustenance. Late in the afternoon, I stumbled into a small clearing and found a scene that froze the blood in my veins. It was the remains of another camp, much older than my own. A canvas tent, similar in design to mine, was collapsed and rotting, half buried in seasons of snow and pine needles. A rusted cookstove lay on its side, and a few scattered, decaying remnants of gear were visible. But at the center of the clearing was a totem, a construction of pure nightmare. 3 deer skeletons, stripped of all flesh, had been unnaturally bound together with strips of rawhide and sinew, their bones twisted into a spiral that reached toward the sky. Atop the gruesome sculpture, a human skull was perched, its jaw agape in a silent, eternal scream. I backed away slowly, my breath catching in my throat. This was its territory, its larder. The previous occupant of that tent had not been as fortunate as I. How long had it been here? Decades. Centuries. The thought was dizzying. I was an intruder in a kingdom of ancient hunger. As dusk began to settle on the second day of my flight, my body began to fail. Dehydration was setting in, and the first stages of frostbite were turning the tips of my fingers numb and white. My rational mind was losing its grip, giving way to a rising tide of paranoia. I started talking to myself, whispering reassurances that were immediately swallowed by the vast, uncaring wilderness. It was then that I saw it again. It was not a full, disembodied appearance like the one at my tent. It was a flicker of movement, a trick of the light. I was looking across a small, frozen lake, and for a split second, I saw a figure on the far shore. It was standing between two thick pine trees, and for that brief moment, I saw its impossible profile. It was so thin it seemed to be a part of the shadows, a vertical line of deeper darkness. It wasn't moving. It was just watching me. As soon as I blinked, it was gone. But I knew what I had seen. It was still with me, patient, relentless. That night, I did not dare to make a camp. I simply found a dense thicket of fir trees, burrowed into the snow beneath their low, hanging branches, and shivered myself into a state of semi-consciousness. My dreams were a feverish hellscape of skeletal forms and black, empty eyes. I awoke to a sound that was, perhaps, the most terrifying thing I have yet experienced. It was a voice, or a mimicry of one. From somewhere deep in the woods, faint and distorted by the wind, I heard a whisper. It was a dry, sibilant sound, like dead leaves skittering across pavement, and it was trying to form a word. My word, my name. Liss, tear. The sound was not human. It was the sound an insect might make if it learned to speak. I scrambled out of my burrow, leaving my pack behind, and began to run. I crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face, my snowshoes catching on hidden roots. I ran with no thought for direction, no purpose other than to get away from that voice. I ran until my lungs burned like fire, and my legs gave out from under me, collapsing into a snowdrift, sobbing and gasping for air. I lay there for what felt like an hour, convinced it would finally come for me. But it did not. The game was not over. After a long while, I forced myself to my feet and trudged back to retrieve my pack. As I approached the thicket where I had spent the night, I saw that something had changed. A single, long, two-toed track was pressed into the snow, not 10 feet from where I had been sleeping. It had stood there, watching me in my exhausted slumber, whispering my name. And as a final, cruel gesture, it had left a gift for me on top of my rucksack. It was a small, desiccated thing, leathery and brown. It took me a moment to recognize it. It was a human finger. I did not scream. The sound that escaped my lips was a dry, guttural retching, a sound of pure revulsion. I recoiled from my own pack as if it were a venomous snake, stumbling backward and falling into the snow. My mind, already frayed and stretched thin, simply snapped. For a moment, the world dissolved into a meaningless swirl of white and black. The finger, the grotesque totem of deer bones, the whisper of my name on the wind. It was a mosaic of madness, a carefully constructed campaign of terror, designed to break my mind before it broke my body. This was its trophy, a piece of its last victim, left as a promise of my own fate. The sheer calculated cruelty of the act was what finally pierced the fog of my fear and ignited a spark of pure, defiant rage. I would not end up as a collection of grisly souvenirs in this frozen hell. I would not be another skull atop a spiral of bones. Scrambling back to my pack, I swiped the desiccated finger into the snow with a shudder and fumbled inside for the satellite phone. My hands were shaking so violently, I could barely operate the device, my frostbitten fingertips clumsy and unresponsive. The small screen glowed to life, a beacon, modern technology in a place of ancient evil. I keyed in the emergency number for the corporate headquarters. My breath held tight in my chest as the phone searched for a signal. Each second of silence was an eternity in which I expected a spindly, ash-gray hand to clamp down on my shoulder. Then a voice, a crackling, distant human voice from a world I no longer felt a part of. "This is dispatch. Go ahead." My own voice was a hoarse croak. "This is Dr. Finch. Alistair Finch. My expedition is compromised. I need immediate extraction. I am being hunted." I knew how insane it sounded. I could hear the hesitation on the other end of the line, the professional skepticism. "Dr. Finch, can you clarify the nature of the threat? Are you dealing with hostile wildlife? A bear?" "No," I gasped, my eyes scanning the silent, watching trees. "Not a bear. Listen to me. There is something in these woods. Something wrong. I am not safe. You have my transponder signal. Send a helicopter. Send one now." The urgency, the raw terror in my voice must have cut through. There was a pause, the sound of typing, and then a new tone of seriousness. "All right, Doctor. We have your location. There is a large, open muskeg clearing approximately 5 miles south-southwest of your current position. It's the only viable landing zone for miles. Can you make it there?" "Yes," I said, the word a prayer. "What can have a bird in the air within the hour? Be at those coordinates by 1500 hours. We will make one pass. If we don't see you, we can't risk landing. Do you understand?" I understand. The line went dead, and I was once again alone with the suffocating silence. But now, I had a destination, a deadline, a sliver of hope to cling to. The game had changed. It was no longer a meandering torment, it was a race. I did not spare a moment. I forced down another frozen food bar, ignoring the pain in my jaw, and set off at the fastest pace I could manage. The psychological torment was over, replaced by a raw, physical pursuit. The creature knew I had called for help. I could feel its fury in the sudden change in the atmosphere. The subtle sounds, the mimicry, the whispers, they were gone. Now, there was only speed and aggression. It no longer hid. I caught glimpses of it constantly, flitting through the dense woods with an unnatural, liquid speed. It moved like a stop-motion animation, a series of jerky, impossible lunges that covered vast distances in the blink of an eye. It ran on all fours, its long limbs scissoring through the snow, its skeletal form a blur of gray against the white. It was keeping pace with me, running a parallel course through the trees, never letting me out of its sight. It was driving me toward the clearing, but its patience had worn thin. It was no longer hurting me, it was chasing me down. The forest became a claustrophobic tunnel. I dared not look to my left or right, focusing only on the path ahead, on the compass reading that was my only salvation. The trees seemed to close in, their branches like grasping claws. Once, it burst from the woods directly in front of me, 100 yards away. It rose to its full, terrifying height, its skull-like head thrown back as it emitted a sound that was not a roar or a scream, but the sound of a human shriek of agony played backward, a sound that clawed at the very foundations of my sanity. I veered wildly, falling and scrambling back up, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. It let me pass, the gesture a clear message. I can take you whenever I wish. The final mile was through a dense, ancient grove of pines where the sunlight barely penetrated. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and decay. It was close now. So close. I could hear the dry rasp of its breathing. I could smell its scent, a charnel, house odor of old meat and grave dirt. I did not look back. I knew that if I saw its face again, I would simply give up, my mind and body surrendering to the inevitable. Then I saw it. A break in the trees. A sudden, blinding expanse of white under the afternoon sun. The clearing. It was a vast, flat expanse of frozen bog. a perfect circle of emptiness in the dense forest. I burst from the tree line and ran toward the center, my legs screaming in protest, my lungs on fire. I was exposed, utterly, terrifyingly exposed. I fell to my knees in the middle of the muskeg, scanning the sky, the tree line, every direction at once. There was nothing. The forest that bordered the clearing was silent and still. It had stopped at the edge. And then, a new sound. A faint, rhythmic whoomp, whoomp, whoomp from the south. The helicopter. Tears of relief froze on my cheeks. It was real. I was going to live. As the sound grew louder, a figure stepped out from the tree line. It emerged not with a rush, but with a slow, deliberate stride, as if taking a final curtain call. It stood at the edge of the clearing, 200 yards away, its full, skeletal form silhouetted against the dark pines. It was no longer a hunter. It was a king surveying its domain, and I was the fool who had dared to trespass. It simply stood and watched as the helicopter, a beautiful, miraculous machine of noise and power, descended toward me. A rope ladder was thrown down. I grabbed it with my numb, clumsy hands and began to climb, my exhausted muscles screaming with the effort. As the helicopter gained altitude, I looked down. The creature had not moved. It tilted its skull, like head back, its black pit, like eyes following my ascent. And for the first time, I saw its face clearly in the daylight. Its mouth, a lipless gash in its desiccated skin, stretched open into an impossibly wide grin, revealing rows of small, sharp, needle-like teeth. It was not a grin of mirth. It was a grin of eternal, insatiable hunger. It raised one long, spindly arm and waved, a slow, mocking farewell with its filthy, clawed-like fingers. I never went back to the wilderness. I resigned my professorship, citing medical reasons. The official report listed my ordeal as a case of profound psychological distress, brought on by isolation and exposure, a conclusion I did not contest. What could I say? That I was hunted by a creature from the darkest corners of folklore. That I had looked into the face of something that defies all science and reason. They would have locked me away. I live in the city now, a sprawling metropolis of millions, a place of concrete, steel, and perpetual noise. I surround myself with light and with people. I have not known a moment of true silence since that winter, and I pray I never will again. But the forest never truly leaves you. Sometimes, late at night, when I am walking down a crowded street, I will catch a reflection in a dark shop window, a flicker of movement, something impossibly tall and thin keeping pace with me in the glass. Or I will see a narrow shadow in an alleyway, and my heart will seize with that same familiar cold. I know it is only my mind, a scar left by the trauma. But I also know that the creature is still out there, in the deep, silent woods, waiting. And it is patient, and it does not forget. My name is Chloe. Even now, years later, saying my own name feels like introducing a stranger. The person I was before, that trip into the Minnesota backcountry is gone, buried somewhere in the cold, dark earth of those woods along with the people I love. But I'm getting ahead of myself. You need to understand who we were before you can understand what happened to us. There were 4 of us. My boyfriend, Ben, was the anchor of our group and my personal rock. He had a quiet, steady confidence that could calm any storm, be it a sudden squall in the wilderness or a trivial argument over what movie to watch. He was a geology student, fascinated by the ancient stories the land could tell. He saw the world in layers of time, in strata of rock and soil. He taught me to see the beauty in a simple stone, to understand the immense, slow power of nature. He had a map for everything, not just the paper ones we carried, but in his head. His sense of direction was legendary among our friends. That's one of the ironies that haunts me the most. Then there was Maya. Maya was pure energy, a whirlwind of creativity and laughter. She was an art major, and she carried a sketchbook everywhere, her charcoal, smudged fingers constantly trying to capture the world around her. To her, the wilderness wasn't something to conquer or navigated. It was a living gallery of textures, colors, and light. She was the one who pushed for this trip, selling it to us with visions of untouched landscapes, starry nights unfiltered by city lights, and the primal inspiration we'd all find. She had a way of making everything sound like a grand, beautiful adventure. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and it was impossible to say no to her. Rounding out our quartet was Liam. If Ben was the anchor, Liam was the battering ram. He was fiercely loyal and protective, with a physical presence that made you feel safe. He was a kinesiology major, obsessed with physical fitness and pushing his limits. He saw the trek as a challenge, a test of strength and endurance. He was the one who meticulously planned our food rations, who carried the heaviest pack without complaint, and who always took the lead on the trail. But his strength came with a short fuse. He was a hothead, quick to anger and frustration when things didn't go according to plan. He believed any problem could be solved with direct, overwhelming force. It was a philosophy that would prove tragically, horrifically wrong. And me, I was the planner, the organizer. I researched the trail. I made the gear checklists. I booked the permits. I loved the outdoors, the feeling of being small and insignificant against a vast, ancient backdrop. But unlike Liam, I had a deep respect for its dangers. I saw nature as something to be coexisted with, not conquered. Ben's calm, Maya's spirit, Liam's strength, and my planning. We thought we were a perfect team. We thought we were prepared for anything. The first 3 days were idyllic, exactly the escape Maya had promised. We hiked through dense forests of pine and birch, the air crisp and clean, smelling of damp earth and pine needles. We followed trails that wound alongside crystal, clear streams, their babbling the only sound for miles. In the evenings, we'd set up camp, and Liam would get a roaring fire going. We'd cook our simple meals, watch the sunset paint the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple, and feel the stress of our city lives melt away. Ben would point out constellations I'd never seen before, telling me their stories. Maya would sketch furiously in her book, trying to capture the dance of the firelight on our faces. We felt strong, capable, and completely free. We were on top of the world. The change came on the 4th day. We woke to a sky the color of a bruise. The air was heavy and still, unnaturally quiet. The birds had stopped singing. A sense of unease settled over me, a prickling on my skin that had nothing to do with the morning chill. Ben consulted his map, his brow furrowed. "A storm's coming in, and fast," he announced. "We need to make camp. Find a sheltered spot." We barely had time to find a small clearing partially protected by a rocky overhang before the heavens opened. It wasn't just rain, it was a deluge, a solid wall of water that blurred the entire world into a gray smear. Thunder cracked overhead, so loud it felt like the sky was splitting apart, and lightning illuminated the woods in terrifying, split-second flashes. The storm raged for hours, a relentless assault. Our tent, the best on the market, was no match for it. Water seeped in, then poured in. Our trail markers, little colored ribbons we'd tied to trees, were surely washed away. Our maps, which we'd foolishly left in an outer pocket of Ben's pack, were soaked into a pulpy, useless mush. When the rain finally subsided to a miserable drizzle, the world it revealed was a broken, sodden mess. The trail was gone, replaced by a muddy torrent of water. Everything looked the same, a tangled, dripping chaos of green and brown. The argument started quietly, born of fear and frustration. "I think we need to head west," Liam said, pointing with a stubborn certainty. "The main river is that way." "I'm sure of it." "No," Ben countered, his voice tight with strain. "My gut says the river is east. If we go west, we're just heading deeper into the wilderness." "Your gut? We have nothing left but our gut, Ben." Liam shot back, his voice rising. "My gut says I can get us out of here." Maya tried to play peacemaker. "Hey, let's just calm down. We can't afford to fight. We just need to pick a direction and stick together." But the seed of panic had been planted. We were lost. Truly, terrifyingly lost. Every direction looked identical. Every dripping tree was a carbon copy of the last. We spent the rest of the day stumbling through the mud, our frustration mounting with every miserable step. By the time dusk began to settle, a bone, deep chill had set in, and we were forced to make a crude camp under a makeshift tarp. The fire sputtered and smoked, offering little warmth and even less comfort. The woods, which had seemed so beautiful and welcoming just a day before, now felt alien and menacing. The darkness that pressed in on our tiny circle of light was absolute, a living thing that seemed to swallow sound. That's when we first saw it. I was staring into the woods, trying to pierce the oppressive blackness, when a flicker of movement caught my eye. I froze, my heart lurching into my throat. At the very edge of our camp, just beyond the reach of our headlamps, a figure was standing. It wasn't a bear or a deer. It looked like a man, but wrong. Terribly wrong. He was gaunt, his skin a pale, almost translucent white that seemed to gleam in the faint light. He was impossibly tall and thin, his limbs too long for his body. He was just standing there, motionless, watching us. But his eyes seemed to glow with a faint, internal luminescence. "Hey!" Liam's voice, rough and challenging, shattered the silence. "You need help." The figure didn't move. It didn't speak. It just tilted its head, a slow, unnatural gesture. I said, "Do you need help?" Liam repeated, taking a step forward. He was trying to project confidence, but I could hear the tremor in his voice. We all scrambled to our feet, a wave of primal fear washing over us. This wasn't a lost hiker. This was something else. "Liam, don't," Maya whispered, grabbing his arm. But it was too late. The man, the thing, took a slow, deliberate step into our camp. The firelight flickered across its face, revealing a mouth stretched into a lipless grin, and eyes that burned with a cold, ancient hunger.
"Stay back!"
Liam yelled, his fear turning to rage. He grabbed a thick, heavy branch from the firewood pile, brandishing it like a club. "I'm warning you." The creature lunged. It wasn't a human movement. It was an explosion of speed, a blur of pale limbs that covered the distance in an instant. Before Liam could even swing the branch, it was on him. It grabbed him by the front of his jacket, its long, spindly fingers impossibly strong. Liam was a strong guy, a fighter, but he was lifted off his feet like a child's doll. We were paralyzed, frozen by a horror our minds couldn't process. The creature dragged him, kicking and struggling, out of the firelight and into the suffocating darkness. We heard one choked, gurgling scream. And then, Silence. A profound, terrifying silence that was 1,000 times worse than the scream. The silence that followed Liam's scream was a physical thing. It pressed in on us, filled our lungs, and crushed the air out of the world. For a long moment that stretched into an eternity, the three of us, me, Ben, and Maya, stood frozen statues carved from ice and fear, our faces illuminated by the pathetic, sputtering fire. The woods had swallowed Liam whole, and the only evidence he had ever existed was the heavy branch he'd dropped, now lying uselessly on the muddy ground. My mind refused to process what my eyes had seen. It was a bear. It had to be a bear. A strangely pale, misshapen bear. But the image of those long, spindly fingers and the cold, glowing eyes was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. No bear moved like that. No animal had a face so full of malevolent intelligence. It was Maya who broke the spell. She let out a sound that was half sob, half strangled gasp. That tiny noise shattered the paralysis. The dam of our terror broke, and a singular, primal command screamed through every cell in my body, "Run." We didn't speak. We didn't grab anything. Not the tent, not the food, not our packs. We just turned and ran. We plunged into the absolute darkness beyond our campsite, away from the thing that had taken Liam. We ran blindly, with no direction or destination, fueled by pure, unadulterated panic. Branches that were invisible in the pitch, black whipped at our faces and arms, tearing at our clothes and skin. Thorns snagged and ripped, leaving fiery trails of pain. I stumbled over roots, my ankles twisting, but Ben's hand was locked on my arm, hauling me back to my feet, pulling me forward. I could hear Maya's ragged, panicked breaths just behind me. We were making a terrible amount of noise, crashing through the undergrowth like a herd of terrified deer, and every snapped twig, every rustle of leaves, sounded like the creature's footsteps behind us. Was it following? Was it watching us, enjoying our terror? The thought sent a fresh wave of adrenaline through me, pushing my legs to move faster, to pump harder, even as my lungs burned and my muscles screamed in protest. We ran until we couldn't run anymore, until the terror was finally overshadowed by sheer, crippling exhaustion. We collapsed in a heap at the base of a large pine tree, our bodies trembling, our chests heaving as we gasped for air. We huddled together, a miserable trio of survivors, sobbing uncontrollably. The grief for Liam was a sharp, physical pain, but it was tangled with the selfish, overwhelming relief of our own survival. The guilt was immediate and suffocating. We had run. We had left him. We hadn't even tried to help. But what could we have done against that thing? As the first faint hint of dawn began to filter through the dense canopy, painting the darkness in shades of gray, the reality of our situation settled in like a shroud. We were lost, miles from any trail, without a map, compass, or food. We had the clothes on our backs and nothing else, and we were being hunted. "We have to move," Ben said, his voice hoarse. He was trying to be the anchor again, but I could see the cracks in his composure. His face was pale and drawn, his eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. "Move where?" Maya whispered. She was staring blankly into the woods, her artist's eyes now seeing only threats in the shadows. "It could be anywhere. One need water," Ben insisted, forcing a note of practicality into his voice. "If we find a creek, we can follow it downstream. All water leads somewhere. To a river, a lake, to people." It was a sliver of logic in a world that had become illogical, a tiny flicker of hope in an ocean of despair. We clung to it. We stumbled to our feet, our bodies aching and bruised, and began our search. The woods in the daylight were no less menacing. Every tree seemed to watch us. Every shadow seemed to hide a gaunt, pale figure. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the drip of water from the leaves and the squelch of our shoes in the mud. After an hour that felt like a lifetime, we heard it. The faint, welcome sound of running water. We pushed through a thicket of ferns and found a small, fast, moving creek, its water brown and murky from the storm. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. Downstream, Ben said, pointing. We stick to the creek bed. It's our only chance. We waded into the cold water, the shock of it a brief distraction from our fear. We moved slowly, our progress hampered by slippery rocks and fallen logs. The afternoon sun was high in the sky when we saw it again. We had rounded a bend in the creek, and there it was, standing on the opposite bank, perhaps 50 yards away. It was partially obscured by the trees, but there was no mistaking the tall, skeletal frame and the deathly pale skin. And it was bigger. My mind recoiled from the thought, tried to dismiss it as a trick of the light, or a product of my fear-addled imagination. But it was true. It was noticeably bigger. Yesterday it had been tall, but still within the realm of human possibility. Today, it seemed to have grown a full foot. Its frame filled out, its shoulders broader. It wasn't just gaunt anymore. It was starting to look powerful. The change was grotesque, unnatural. And then I saw what it was holding. In one of its long, spindly hands, it held a tattered piece of blue nylon. Lime's pack. It was just holding it, dangling it from its fingers as it watched us. Maya screamed. It was a raw, piercing sound of pure horror that echoed through the silent woods. That scream broke our trance, and we ran again. We scrambled up the bank and plunged back into the trees, fleeing from the sight, from the impossible truth it represented. As we ran, a fragment of a story I'd once read surfaced in my mind, a piece of local folklore Ben had mentioned when we were planning the trip, a legend from the Algonquian peoples, the story of the Wendigo, a spirit of the lonely places, a creature born of starvation and cannibalism, a monster cursed with an insatiable hunger. The legend said the Wendigo grows in proportion to the meal it has just eaten, so that its hunger can never be sated. Its growth is a physical manifestation of its greed. It can never, ever be full. We were seeing that horrible, impossible truth play out in real time. That night was the longest of my life. We found a small cave, like recess in a rock face, barely big enough for the three of us to huddle in. We were too terrified to sleep, but too exhausted to stay fully awake. We took turns keeping watch, our eyes straining to see into the suffocating darkness. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of a leaf, sent a jolt of terror through us. We were prey, and we knew the predator was out there, waiting, patient. I must have drifted off. I don't know for how long. I was jolted awake by Ben screaming Maya's name. My eyes flew open. In the faint moonlight that filtered into our hiding spot, I saw a scene of pure nightmare. The creature was there, inside the cave with us. It was bigger still, its head nearly scraping the low ceiling. It was no longer just a tall man. It was a giant, easily over 8 feet tall. Its limbs unnaturally long and jointed, like a spider's. It had Maya by the arm, dragging her out of the cave. She was fighting, kicking. But she was as helpless as Liam had been. Ben lunged at it, shouting her name. But the creature swatted him away with its free hand. He flew backward and hit the rock wall with a sickening thud. I could only watch, my body refusing to obey my commands. A silent scream trapped in my throat. I saw its face as it turned, dragging Maya into the darkness. The lipless grin was wider, and its glowing eyes seemed to burn with a triumphant, ravenous fire. Then they were gone. I was left with the echo of Ben's cry, and the sight of him slumped against the rock, unmoving. The only sound was my own ragged, terrified breathing in the cold, empty cave. For a long time I didn't move. The only sound in the cold, empty cave was my own breathing, a harsh, ragged sound that seemed obscenely loud in the crushing silence. Maya was gone. The image of her being dragged away by that giant, was seared into my brain, a loop in knife-pale limbs and glowing eyes. I was alone. Then, a low groan from the back of the cave. Ben. The sound propelled me into action, cutting through the fog of my terror. I crawled over to him, my hands shaking so badly, I could barely feel the rock beneath them. He was slumped against the wall, where the creature had thrown him. Ben, I whispered, my voice a dry crackle. Ben, can you hear me? He groaned again, and his eyes fluttered open. There was a large, dark bruise forming on his temple, and his gaze was unfocused. Chloe, he murmured, his voice thick with pain. Maya, I tried. I know. I choked out, tears finally breaking free and streaming down my face. I know you did. I helped him sit up. He was dizzy and disoriented, but miraculously, nothing seemed to be broken. The physical wounds, however, were nothing compared to the damage done to his spirit. The anchor was gone. The steady, confident Ben who had a map for everything had been replaced by a man hollowed out by horror. His eyes, which used to hold such warmth and certainty, were now just empty pools of terror. He looked at me, and I saw my own despair reflected back. We were no longer a team of capable hikers. We were just two broken people, waiting to die. We were the last meal in a walking pantry. With the dawn came a new, more profound level of fear. Before, we were being hunted. Now, we were being herded. The creature wasn't just trying to kill us, it was playing with us. As we stumbled away from the cave, leaving the creek bed to push deeper into the tangled woods, the game began. We would hear it. A heavy footstep just behind us, snapping a branch with a sound like a gunshot. We'd spin around, hearts hammering, to see nothing but empty forest. Then, a rustle in the canopy high above us. We'd look up, catching a fleeting glimpse of a pale, unnaturally long leg disappearing behind the leaves. It was stalking us from the treetops, moving with a terrifying agility that defied its immense size. It was huge now. After consuming Maya, its growth had become exponential, grotesque. It was no longer a giant, it was a titan, a monster of myth. It was taller than the young trees, a towering colossus of pale flesh and insatiable hunger. We saw it once in a clearing, standing in a patch of sunlight. Its skin was stretched taut over, a frame that was both skeletal and muscular, a horrifying contradiction. Its head, with those same burning eyes and lipless grin, now seemed too small for its massive body. The cycle of horror was accelerating. Its hunger was making it grow, and its growth was making it hungrier. The psychological torture was relentless. It would mimic sounds. We'd hear a faint cry for help that sounded chillingly like Liam's voice, or a soft sob that was eerily like Maya's. It was trying to lure us, to separate us, to break what little was left of our minds. Ben became unresponsive, shuffling forward like an automaton, his eyes fixed on the ground. I had to pull him, guide him, talk to him constantly, though I knew he barely heard me. I was running on a fuel I didn't know I possessed, a stubborn, desperate refusal to let it win. Not yet. That afternoon, the forest began to thin. We emerged onto a high, windswept ridge, a spine of rock that offered a panoramic view of the endless sea of trees below. And for a moment, I felt a flicker of hope. Civilization couldn't be that far away. But as I scanned the horizon, my hope died. There was nothing. Just trees. Mountains and sky stretching to infinity. And then I saw it. It wasn't hiding anymore. It was standing on a parallel ridge across the valley. A mile away at least, yet it was still immense. It was silhouetted against the sky, a towering, unmistakable figure of dread. It raised one of its long arms and pointed at us. It wasn't just hunting us. It was claiming us. This was its domain, its larder. "It's over," Ben whispered, his voice flat and devoid of all emotion. He sank to the ground. "We can't outrun it, Chloe. It's just letting us tire ourselves out." He was right. The hope I'd been clinging to was a foolish illusion. There was no escape. We were just delaying the inevitable. I looked at Ben, at his broken form, and then at the vast, indifferent wilderness around us. A strange sense of calm washed over me. The terror was still there, a cold, hard knot in my stomach, but the panic was gone. "No," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "It's not over. We don't run anymore. We choose the place." I don't know where the words came from. Maybe it was the last flicker of the planner in me, the part that needed some semblance of control, even in the face of certain death. Ben looked up at me, a flicker of his old self returning to his eyes. He understood. We wouldn't die cowering in a cave or running blindly through the woods. We would face it. We found our spot at the end of the ridge, a rocky outcrop that dropped off into a sheer cliff on 3 sides. It was a dead end, a last stand. We had a small, pathetic pocket knife and a nearly empty can of bear spray I'd forgotten was clipped to my belt. It was laughable, but it was something. It was a choice. We didn't have to wait long. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the clouds in shades of blood orange and bruised purple, it came for us. It didn't emerge from the trees. It climbed up the cliff face, its long, spider-like limbs finding purchase on the sheer rock with unnatural ease. It pulled its massive form over the edge and rose to its full height, towering over us. A grotesque giant silhouetted against the dying sun. The ground seemed to tremble under its weight. The lipless grin stretched wide, and for the first time, it made a sound. It wasn't a roar or a scream. It was a low, guttural chuckle that seemed to emanate from the depths of the earth. It was the sound of pure, absolute triumph. It swatted Ben aside like he was nothing. He didn't even have time to cry out. He just flew through the air and was gone, vanishing over the edge of the cliff. I was next. I remember raising the can of bear spray, my thumb fumbling with the trigger. I remember the creature's enormous hand reaching for me, blotting out the sky. I remember a searing, blinding pain as my head connected with a rock. And then, nothing. I woke up to the smell of antiseptic and the soft, rhythmic beeping of a machine. My head was throbbing and my vision was blurry. A woman in a nurse's uniform was standing over me. I was in a hospital, a lone hunter. A man who had lived in these woods his whole life had found me. He told the authorities he'd been tracking a large, aggressive bear for days. A bear bigger than any he'd ever seen. He'd lost its trail but found mine instead. A trail of blood leading to the base of the rocks where I lay unconscious. They never found Ben, Maya, or Liam. Not a trace. The official report lists them as missing, presumed victims of an animal attack. A bear, or perhaps a pack of wolves. It's easier that way. It's a story people can understand, a horror that fits within the known world. But I know what I saw. I carry the truth with me every day. In the silence of my empty apartment, in the nightmares that jolt me awake each night. I saw a monster born of legend, a creature that defied every law of nature. I saw a thing that grew with our deaths, a being that became proportionately larger the more it ate, its physical form a monument to its insatiable hunger. I saw a thing that could never, ever be full. My name is Senior Park Ranger Mark Coulson, and for 30 years, I have been a steward of the wild, untamed lands of northern Ontario. My official title, as etched on the brass plaque on my desk, is with the Ontario Park Service, a designation I've held with a quiet sense of pride. In 3 decades, you develop a certain intimacy with the wilderness. You learn its rhythms, its moods, its subtle language spoken in the rustle of leaves and the snap of a frozen branch. I've seen the raw, unforgiving power of nature in all its forms, rescued hikers, delirious and frostbitten, mere hours from death, tracked poachers who thought the vastness of the woods could swallow their crimes, and stood my ground against a 200-kilogram black bear whose only intention was to separate me from my lunch. I have faced blizzards that can blind a man in seconds and summer storms that can turn creeks into raging torrents. I thought I had seen it all. I believed I was prepared for anything the ancient forests could throw at me. I was wrong. Nothing in my 30 years of service, nothing in the stories swapped over crackling fires could have prepared me for the events that unfolded in the brutal, bone-chilling winter of 2009 near the isolated expanse of Lake Mamigues. The winter of '09 was a beast all its own. It descended upon us early and with a vengeance, burying the landscape under a thick, suffocating blanket of snow. Temperatures plummeted to levels that made steel brittle and a man's breath freeze, into crystalline dust before it could leave his lips. The world became a stark canvas of white and gray, and the silence was a physical presence, broken only by the mournful howl of the wind. It was in the heart of this unforgiving season that the report came in. It concerned a man named John Luc Bissett, a trapper and woodsman of local legend. Jean Luc wasn't just an old-timer. He was a part of the forest itself. A man in his late 60s, with a face like a topographical map of the very land he roamed. He knew these woods better than any cartographer. He could read the snow like a newspaper, telling you what creature passed, when it passed, and where it was going. He was self-reliant, resilient, and meticulously punctual with his check-ins. So, when 3 weeks passed without a single word, a quiet alarm bell began to ring at the main station. Initially, I treated it as a routine welfare check. Perhaps his radio had failed, or he was simply holed up, waiting out the worst of the weather. I loaded up my snowmobile, the engine sputtering to life in a cloud of exhaust that hung thick in the frigid air. The journey to his territory was a solitary one, a long, droning ride across frozen lakes and through dense corridors of pine and birch. The vast, indifferent emptiness of the landscape has a way of making you feel small, insignificant. It's a feeling I was used to, comfortable with even. But that day, something felt different. The silence seemed heavier, the shadows cast by the skeletal trees longer, and darker than they should have been. I found his cabin nestled in a grove of aspens, smoke pluming from the chimney as expected, thanks to a slow burning log he would have set. But the lack of fresh tracks around the entrance was the first sign that something was amiss. I cut the engine, and the sudden return of that profound silence was jarring. "Jane, Luck," I called out, my voice sounding thin and weak against the immensity of the wilderness. No answer. The cabin door was unlatched. Pushing it open, I was met with a scene of perfect, chilling stillness. A pot of stew sat on the wood, burning stove, its contents frozen into a solid, greasy block. A half-finished mug of tea rested on the small wooden table, a thin film of ice covering its surface. His rifle was in its usual place on the wall rack, and a book lay open on his cot, its pages held down by a pair of reading glasses. It was as if he had just stepped out for a moment, perhaps to gather more firewood or check a nearby trap line. There were no signs of a struggle, no overturned furniture, no hint of violence or panic. He was simply gone, and then I noticed it. The first hint of the smell. It was faint, barely perceptible, hiding beneath the familiar sense of wood smoke and pine. A sickly, sweet odor of rot, the kind you might associate with a mouse that had died beneath the floorboards. I wrinkled my nose but dismissed it, my focus entirely on the puzzle of Jean, Luck's disappearance. I stepped back outside, my eyes scanning the pristine snow. His snowshoe tracks were there, clear as day, leading away from the back of the cabin. They were the only tracks. His stride was even and purposeful, heading north, deeper into a section of the forest the old called the Whispering Hemlocks. I followed them. For the first kilometer, the path was straightforward, winding through familiar territory. But as I ventured deeper, the character of the forest began to change. The trees, ancient hemlocks laden with heavy snow, grew closer together, their branches interlocking overhead to form a dense canopy that plunged the forest floor into a perpetual twilight. The wind died down, and the silence became absolute, unnerving. It felt like I had stepped into a soundproof room. It was here that the smell returned, and this time, it was impossible to ignore. It wasn't the simple, earthy smell of natural decay. This was something else entirely, something corrupt and profoundly wrong. It was a foul, gag-inducing scent of decomposition, but it was layered with a sharp, chemical tang, like bile or spoiled adrenaline. It was the smell of a slaughterhouse, of meat left to putrefy in the sun, and it grew stronger with every step I took, clinging to the back of my throat and making my eyes water. My pace slowed. Every instinct, honed by 30 years in the wild, was screaming at me that I was walking toward a source of profound danger. The tracks, which had been so clear and confident, ended with shocking abruptness. They stopped at the mouth of a cave, a dark, vertical slash in a towering rock face I'd never seen before. It looked less like a natural formation and more like a wound in the earth. The stench poured from this opening in a nearly visible wave, a miasma of death that was so thick I could taste it. It was then that a half-forgotten local legend surfaced in my mind. The elders of the nearby First Nation community spoke of this area in hushed tones, of a place to be avoided, especially in winter. They called the cave that was said to be here Oshiki-Ieg, the cave of the Wendigo. I'd always dismissed it as superstitious folklore, the kind of campfire story meant to scare children. But standing there, with that stomach-turning stench assaulting my senses and Jean, Luck's tracks leading into that abyssal darkness, I wasn't so sure. My hand trembled slightly as I reached for the radio on my shoulder. "Dispatch, this is Coulson," I said, my voice tight and hoarse. "I'm at the north end of the Hemlock region, approximately 10 clicks from Bissette's cabin. I've found a cave. His tracks lead inside. There's a strong smell. Decomposition." The voice of Sarah, the dispatcher, crackled back, a comforting link to the sane, rational world. "Roger that, Mark. Do not enter," I repeat to that her. "Backup is on its way. Your ETA for the support team is 90 minutes. Acknowledge." "Acknowledged," I replied, but the word felt hollow. 90 minutes felt like an eternity. Every rational part of my brain, every ounce of my training, told me to step back, set up a perimeter, and wait. But something else was at work. A morbid, irresistible compulsion. It was a terrifying curiosity, a need to see what was inside, to understand the source of that unholy smell. It felt less like my own decision and more like I was being reeled in by an invisible line. I had to know what had happened to John. Luck. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. Taking a deep, shuddering breath that filled my lungs with the foul air, I unclipped the high-powered flashlight from my belt. With a click, a bright white beam cut through the gloom, illuminating swirling particles of dust and frost. It seemed to do little more than emphasize the totality of the darkness it was trying to pierce. I took one step forward, my boots crunching on the frozen ground, and crossed the threshold from the world. I knew into the waiting, stinking blackness of the cave. The moment I crossed the threshold of the cave, the world changed. The temperature dropped instantly, a damp, penetrating cold that was fundamentally different from the dry frost of the outside air. It was a cold that felt ancient and alive. The overwhelming stench of decay intensified tenfold, becoming a physical assault. It coated my tongue, burned my nostrils, and made me gag, forcing me to pull the collar of my jacket up over my nose and mouth, a futile gesture against such a pervasive foulness. The silence, too, was different in here. Outside, it was the vast, empty silence of the wilderness. Inside, it was a heavy, suffocating pressure that seemed to absorb all sound, including the frantic thumping of my own heart. The beam of my flashlight cut a nervous, trembling path through the absolute blackness, revealing walls of glistening, damp rock that seemed to sweat a foul-smelling slime. The floor was uneven, a treacherous carpet of loose rock and something else that crunched unnervingly under my boots. I took a few hesitant steps deeper, my light sweeping from side to side. The cave was larger than I had imagined, a natural tunnel that sloped gently downwards into the bedrock, and it was not empty. The beam first fell upon a pile of what I initially took for discarded branches. But as I moved closer, the shapes resolved themselves into bones. Animal bones mostly. The skeletons of deer, moose, and what looked like a black bear were scattered across the floor. They were picked clean, unnaturally white against the dark stone. But something was wrong. These weren't the remains of a predator's meal. The rib cages were splayed open with brutal force, and the larger bones, the thick femurs and skulls, were snapped in two, the breaks jagged and splintered. No wolf or bear could do that. It would take incredible, impossible strength. A cold dread, colder than the air in the cave, began to seep into my marrow. My light continued its sweep, and my breath caught in my throat. Lying half hidden behind a rock outcropping was a splash of vibrant color that had no place in this monochromatic tomb. A bright, garish crimson. I moved toward it, my boots skidding on the slick floor. It was a parka. Jean Luck's bright red parka. It was torn to shreds. The tough, weather-proof fabric ripped apart as if it were tissue paper. The goose, down filling, was scattered around it like a morbid snowfall, and lying next to it, I saw his rifle. I knelt, my flashlight beam fixated on the object. It was a 30-06 Winchester, a powerful, reliable gun that Jean Look had cherished for 40 years. Now it was bent into a near-perfect 90-degree angle. The solid steel barrel and wooden stock twisted into a grotesque shape. It looked like a child's toy that had been casually broken by a giant. I reached out a gloved hand and touched the warped metal. It was ice cold. The sheer, raw power required to do this was incomprehensible. It was a message, a statement of contemptuous, absolute dominance. Panic began to bubble up in my chest, hot and acidic. All thoughts of procedure, of waiting for backup, were gone. My only thought was to get out, to leave this place and never return. I started to back away, my eyes still locked on the ruined rifle, a symbol of how utterly useless human strength and technology were in this place. And that's when I heard it. It came from deeper in the cave, from the impenetrable darkness beyond the reach of my flashlight. It was a sound that will haunt my nightmares until the day I die. A wet, tearing sound. The sound of sinew being ripped from bone, of flesh being rent apart. It was followed by a low, guttural growl, a sound of deep, animalistic satisfaction. I froze, every muscle in my body locking up. I was not alone. The source of the smell, the author of this carnage, was here. It was close. Against every instinct for self-preservation, I found myself turning back toward the sound. The morbid curiosity that had drawn me into the cave now held me in its grip. My hand, slick with sweat inside my glove, trembled so violently that the beam of my flashlight danced wildly against the far wall. I forced myself to steady it, to aim it toward the source of that hideous noise. The beam crept across the damp rock, inch by agonizing inch. And then I saw it. It was huddled over something on the floor, its back to me. My first impression was of a man. A naked man, strangely out of place in the freezing cold. But it was not a man. The skin was a pale, corpse-like gray, stretched so tightly over its frame that every rib and vertebra was visible. It was emaciated, yet it possessed a horrifying sense of size and power. Its limbs were unnaturally long and thin, ending in long, bony fingers tipped with what looked like jagged, filthy claws. Its hair was sparse, long, and matted with a disgusting mixture of filth, grime, and what I knew was blood. The stench of decay, I now realized, was rolling off this thing in waves. It was the source. As if it sensed my light, or my presence, it stopped its grisly work. The tearing sound ceased. For a moment that stretched into an eternity, it remained perfectly still. Then, slowly, with a series of sickening, cracking sounds, it began to turn its head. It turned, and it turned, its neck twisting at an angle that no human being could ever achieve. And then its eyes caught the beam of my flashlight. They were not human eyes. They were sunken deep into its skull, but they glowed with a malevolent internal fire. They were like two burning coals set in a face of sunken, gray flesh. The face was gaunt, skeletal, with lips drawn back in a permanent snarl to reveal teeth that were long, yellowed, and sharpened to cruel points like shards of broken bone. It let out a low hiss, a sound like air escaping a punctured lung, and a puff of vapor, foul and yellow, escaped its maw. It rose. It unfolded itself from its crouch, rising to its full, terrifying height. It was impossibly tall, well over 2 meters, a skeletal giant of gray skin and bone. It towered over me, its head nearly scraping the roof of the cave. The thing it had been hunched over was now visible. It was the carcass of a freshly killed deer, its chest cavity ripped open. But my eyes were locked on the creature. It stared at me, its glowing eyes filled with an ancient, bottomless hunger and a terrifying intelligence. It was not a beast. It was something far, far worse. My mind simply broke. The 30 years of training, the calm, rational park ranger, vanished in an instant. All that was left was a primal, terrified animal. I didn't think, I didn't scream. I just ran. I turned and scrambled, my feet finding no purchase on the slick, bone-littered floor. I fell hard, my flashlight flying from my grasp and skittering into a dark corner, plunging me into near total darkness. The only light was the faint gray rectangle of the cave entrance and the two burning embers of its eyes behind me. I could hear it move, a dry, rustling, impossibly fast sound. I didn't look back. I crawled and clawed my way over the loose rock, the sound of my own panicked breathing roaring in my ears. I burst out of the cave mouth, gasping the clean, frigid air into my burning lungs, and I did not stop. I ran blindly through the snow-laden trees, branches whipping at my face, stumbling, falling, and getting up again. I reached my snowmobile, my fingers fumbling uselessly with the keys. I finally got the engine to roar to life and gunned it, spraying a plume of snow behind me. I fled from that godforsaken place, driving with a reckless abandon that should have killed me a dozen times over. The horrifying image of those glowing eyes burned forever onto the back of my mind. I don't remember much of the ride itself, only a disjointed series of terrifying impressions. The roar of the snowmobile's engine was a desperate prayer against the suffocating silence of the forest. The trees were a black, whipping blur on either side of me, their snow-laden branches like skeletal arms, reaching out to snatch me from my seat. I drove with no regard for my own safety, my only conscious thought a screaming mantra in my head: get away, get away, get away. The image of those glowing eyes was seared onto the inside of my eyelids. Every time I blinked, I saw them. Every shadow that danced at the edge of my vision became the impossibly tall, emaciated figure. The foul stench of the cave seemed to cling to me, a phantom smell that filled my lungs with every panicked gasp of air, even in the clean, sterile cold. I was no longer a senior park ranger. I was prey, fleeing a predator whose existence defied all logic and reason. They found me nearly 10 miles from the cave. The backup team, 2 younger rangers named Harris and Grant, spotted my snowmobile swerving erratically across a frozen marsh. By the time they reached me, I had run out of fuel and was just sitting there, shivering uncontrollably, though not entirely from the cold. They told me later that my face was ashen, my eyes wide with a terror they had never seen before, and that I was babbling incoherently. I remember trying to tell them, trying to form the words to describe the impossible thing I had seen. But all that came out was a stream of broken phrases about the smell, the glowing eyes, and the bent rifle. I kept repeating Jean Luc's name, my voice cracking with a grief and horror that was too immense to process. Harris, ever the pragmatist, tried to calm me down, assuming I was in shock from finding June, Luc's remains. He wrapped a thermal blanket around my shoulders while Grant radioed back to base, reporting they had found me and that I was suffering from severe psychological distress and possible hypothermia. They wanted to evacuate me immediately, but I refused. I grabbed Harris by the front of his jacket, my grip surprisingly strong, You have to believe me, I pleaded, the words finally starting to connect. It's still in there. It's not a bear. It's not human. They exchanged a look of pity and concern, the kind you give to a man who has lost his mind. But they saw the genuine terror in my eyes, and perhaps a sliver of doubt began to creep into their professional skepticism. A larger team was assembled at the staging area. We had established a grim-faced group of 6 rangers, all armed with high-caliber rifles and shotguns. I was deemed unfit to join them, a decision I both resented and was profoundly grateful for. I sat in the heated cab of a truck, sipping a flask of hot coffee that did nothing to warm the ice in my soul, and listened to the tense chatter over the radio. I guided them to the cave's location, my voice trembling as I recounted the landmarks. Then, there was silence as they proceeded on foot, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the rhythmic crackle of the radio. Every snap of static made me jump. Every gust of wind sounded like a dry, rustling footstep. I was reliving every second in that cave. The crunch of bone under my boots, the sight of the shredded parka, and the final, horrifying reveal of the creature. The first report from the cave came from Harris. His voice was strained, stripped of its earlier confidence. Dispatch, we're at the location. Coulson was right. The smell, my God. He confirmed everything. The piles of animal bones, snapped and broken. Jean Luck's tattered red parka. And the rifle. I heard Grant in the background, his voice a low curse. It's bent in half. How in the hell? They had found the physical evidence. They knew I wasn't entirely crazy. They swept the cave, their powerful flashlights probing every dark corner. They found the fresh deer carcass, just as I had described. They found the spot where I had fallen, the scuff marks on the rock. But the cave was empty. There was no sign of the creature. It had vanished. All that remained, they reported, was the faint, lingering scent of decay and the oppressive, unnatural cold. The official investigation was a nightmare of bureaucracy and disbelief. Jean Luc Bissett was declared missing, presumed a victim of an animal attack. The coroner, a man I'd known for 20 years, examined the animal bones from the cave. He concluded that the damage was anomalous, but ultimately attributed it to a large, unusually aggressive black bear waking from hibernation. My story was recorded, of course, but it was treated with a gentle, patronizing dismissal. They called it a stress-induced hallucination. The combination of the extreme cold, the emotional shock of finding the scene, and the disorienting environment of the cave, they argued, had caused my mind to invent a monster, to explain the unexplainable. The bent rifle was labeled as inconclusive, to be sent to a lab for analysis, though I knew it would end up forgotten on a shelf somewhere. I was placed on mandatory administrative leave for observation. I never went back to work in the same way. The winter of '09 broke something inside me. Sleep became a luxury, a gateway to recurring nightmares of glowing eyes, and a hunger that was ancient and endless. I would wake up in a cold sweat, the phantom stench of rot thick in my nostrils. During the day, I was jumpy, withdrawn. The forest, which had been my sanctuary for 30 years, now felt menacing. Every shadow seemed to hide a tall skeletal form. Every rustle of leaves sounded like its impossibly fast movements. My wife tried to help, my colleagues offered their support, but they couldn't understand. They hadn't seen what I had seen. They hadn't looked into the eyes of the Wendigo. They say time heals all wounds, but it doesn't. It just papers over them. I still work for the Park Service, But I stay behind a desk now. I push papers and coordinate search parties. But I never go deep into the woods anymore, especially not in winter. Sometimes a new hiker will go missing, or a hunter won't return from the deep woods around Lake Mamigues. The official reports will talk of accidents or animal attacks. But I know better. I know what's out there in the cold and the quiet. I know that some legends are born from a terrible truth, and that there is a hunger in the darkest parts of the wilderness that never, ever dies. It just waits. And it is always, always hungry. My name is David. That name, however, feels like a relic from another man's life. A life that ended 2 years ago, in the suffocating whiteness of a Quebec blizzard. The man who survived is just a shell, haunted by the ghost of his daughter's laughter and the echo of a voice that was not hers. My daughter, my Lily, was 7 years old. To say she was the center of my universe would be a disservice to the very concept of a universe. She was the gravity, the light, the matter, and the dark space in between. Everything revolved around her. She had my late wife's eyes, a shade of deep sea blue that held an unnerving wisdom for a child of her age. Her hair was a cascade of honey, blonde curls that she perpetually tried to tame with a collection of colorful, mismatched clips. Lily wasn't a boisterous child, she was an observer, a quiet soul who found magic in the mundane. She could spend an entire afternoon watching a line of ants march across the porch railing, narrating their epic journey to a crumb of cookie she'd left for them. She loved the crunch of autumn leaves, the smell of summer rain on hot asphalt, but more than anything, she loved the snow. For her, a fresh snowfall was a blank canvas, a world of pristine possibility, waiting for her small, mittened hands to shape it into forts and angels and lopsided snowmen. That love for the snow is what brought us to my family's old cabin in northern Quebec for the holidays. It was a place steeped in my own history, built by my grandfather's hands from the same pines that still towered around it like silent sentinels. The cabin itself was rustic, with thick log walls that smelled of wood smoke and thyme. Every creak of the floorboards, every rattle of the window panes in the wind, was a familiar sound from my own childhood summers and winters spent there. I wanted Lily to have those memories, too. I wanted her to know the profound silence of the deep woods, the brilliant tapestry of the stars, undiluted by city lights, the simple joy of being warm inside while the world outside freezes. I thought I was giving her a gift. In reality, I was leading her to an altar. The local elders, men my grandfather had known, used to tell stories. Sitting around the crackling stove, they'd speak in low, serious tones about the woods, especially in the deep cold, as they called it. They spoke of respecting the forest, of not taking more than you needed, of not wandering off the marked paths, and they spoke of the Wendigo. To me, it was just folklore, a spooky tale to keep children from getting lost. A tall, emaciated creature, born of cannibalism and endless hunger, a spirit of the lonely, frozen places. They said it was a deceiver, a mimic. They said it could call to you with the voice of someone you loved. I'd listened, nodded, and dismissed it as the charming superstition of a bygone era. The hubris of the modern man is a dangerous thing. The blizzard arrived on our third day. It didn't just roll in, it fell upon us like a shroud. The sky, a crisp winter blue moments before, turned to a churning, malevolent gray. Then the snow began, not in gentle flakes, but in a blinding, horizontal torrent. It was a whiteout, a complete erasure of the world beyond the cabin's porch. The wind howled, a high, mournful sound that seemed to claw at the cabin, seeking a way in. Lily, however, was ecstatic. She saw not a monster, but a playground delivered from the heavens. Bundled in her bright red snowsuit, she was a vibrant splash of life against the growing void. "Daddy, look! The snow is going sideways!" She had laughed, her breath pluming in the frigid air. She was on the covered porch, diligently rolling the base for a snowman, her movements full of a child's earnest concentration. "It's a big one, sweetie," I'd said, zipping my own jacket higher. "Maybe we should build him inside." She'd giggled at the absurdity. "Hell melt, Daddy!" Her logic was, as always, flawless. "All right, but stay on the porch where I can see you. I'm going to make us some hot chocolate. The super duper kind with the little marshmallows. The super duper kind," she cheered, her attention already back on her snowy creation. Those were the last words I ever heard her speak in her own voice. I went inside. I can retrace every single step. I took off my wet boots by the door. I walked across the worn rug to the small kitchen. I filled the kettle from the tap, the water running loud in the sudden quiet of the insulated cabin. I placed it on the stove. I opened the cupboard, took down 2 mugs. Her favorite was a cheerful yellow one with a cartoon bear on it, and the tin of cocoa powder. I was gone for maybe 2 minutes, 3 at the absolute most, an eternity. When I came back, mug in hand, the porch was empty. The silence hit me first. The wind was still shrieking, but the small, happy sounds of a child at play were gone. Her half-finished snowman stood as a lonely, misshapen monument to the moment that had just been stolen. Lily, panic, cold and sharp, seized me. It was an icy talon that wrapped around my heart and squeezed. It wasn't a gradual fear, but an instantaneous, complete takeover of every cell in my body. "Lily," I screamed, my voice raw against the storm. Only the howling wind answered. Then I saw them. Her tracks. Small, faint boot prints, already being erased by the driving snow. They led away from the steps of the porch and straight into the swirling whiteness of the woods. It made no sense. She knew the rule. Never leave the porch, especially not in a storm. She must have gotten turned around, disoriented by the fury of the blizzard. I didn't even think. I dropped the mug, its ceramic shattering on the wooden planks, a sound swallowed by the gale. I grabbed the heavy-duty flashlight. I kept by the door, the one with a beam that could cut through fog and darkness, and plunged into the storm after her. The cold was a physical blow. The wind tore the breath from my lungs and drove ice, crystals into my exposed skin like needles. Every direction was the same, a churning, featureless wall of white. "Lily," I bellowed, turning my head, trying to project my voice against the impenetrable curtain of the storm. "Lily, answer me." And then I heard it, a small voice, fragile and carried on the wind. "Daddy." Relief washed over me, so powerful and absolute it almost buckled my knees. It was a physical wave of warmth that momentarily pushed back the cold, the fear, the storm itself. She was close. She was alive. "Eily, I'm coming! Keep talking so I can find you! Just keep calling for me!" "Daddy." "I'm over here." The voice was clearer now, though still thin. It sounded like it was coming from a small copse of birch trees to my left, their pale trunks barely visible specters in the maelstrom. "I'm cold! Hold on, baby! Daddy's coming!" I pushed through the snow, which was already past my knees, each step a monumental effort. The beam of my flashlight cut a frantic, bouncing path ahead of me, illuminating a chaotic dance of snowflakes. When I finally reached the birch trees, my lungs burning, there was nothing. Just undisturbed snow. Deep, perfect, unbroken snow nestled between the tree trunks. There were no tracks leading in, no signs of passage. It was impossible. Lily.
That's not funny.
I yelled, a new, colder fear beginning to snake its way around the edges of my relief. My mind scrambled for a rational explanation. The wind. It had to be the wind, playing tricks on my ears, making me hear things. Then I heard it again from a completely different direction. Behind me and to the right. "Daddy, help me!" It was her voice. It wasn't a trick of the wind. It was a perfect imitation of my daughter's terrified cry. Every inflection, every nuance. The slight tremble of fear. It was so real, so full of genuine panic, that my heart twisted into a painful knot. All thoughts of acoustic tricks vanished, replaced by a primal, paternal need to get to my child. I stumbled toward the sound, blinded by snow and hope, calling her name, begging her to tell me where she was, not yet understanding that the thing I was chasing was not my daughter, but my own despair. This went on for what felt like hours, a sadistic, cyclical torment in a world that had lost all dimension and direction. The voice would call out, a perfect, heart-shredding replica of my daughter's cry, always sounding just ahead, just beyond the next snow-laden fir or through the next ghostly stand of aspens. It was a cruel, impossibly perfect game of Marco Polo played in the depths of a frozen hell. Each time, my fatherly instinct, a force more powerful than logic or reason, would ignite. Each time, I would plunge forward, fueled by a desperate, adrenaline-laced hope, only to find nothing but the same featureless, mocking expanse of white.
Daddy, I'm scared.
It would cry from the west, and I would pivot and fight my way through waste. Deep drifts, my flashlight beam a frantic, desperate sword against the oppressive darkness of the storm. I'd arrive, gasping, my lungs feeling as if they were filled with crushed glass, to find only the wind-whipping snow from the branches of ancient, indifferent pines. Then, before the despair could fully take root, the voice would flute through the trees from the east. "Daddy."
Please find me.
It was the exact pleading tone she used when she wanted one more bedtime story, a sound engineered to break my will. And so the chase would begin anew. I was a puppet, and my love for my daughter was the string. My mind, battered by cold and fear, began to fracture. Was I going crazy? Was the sheer trauma of losing her in the storm causing me to hallucinate? The rational part of my brain, a small, flickering candle in a hurricane of terror, clung to this possibility. It had to be an auditory hallucination, a trick of a mind under duress. The wind, the isolation, the hypothermia setting in. It was a textbook recipe for delusion. But the voice was too clear, too perfect. It wasn't just the sound of her voice, it was the soul of it. It knew her inflections, the specific way her voice would catch when she was truly frightened, the way she called me Daddy, with a slight lilt on the final syllable. These were the intimate acoustics of our life together, details hallucination born of random noise could never replicate. It was a performance, and it was flawless. The old stories started to bubble up from the recesses of my memory. The fireside tales from my grandfather's friends. The Wendigo, a spirit of the deep cold, a deceiver, a mimic. The words once so easily dismissed as charming folklore, now echoed in my mind with the terrifying weight of prophecy. I could almost smell the wood smoke from the cabin stove, see the leathery, wrinkled faces of the old men, their eyes serious, It calls to you with the voice of someone you love. I had scoffed. Now, the forest itself seemed to be whispering their warnings. The trees, heavy with snow, bent and swayed in the wind, their branches like long, skeletal arms reaching for me. The world had become a living nightmare, and I was its only inhabitant. At one point, my flashlight beam caught a flash of color against the snow. Red. The same bright, cherry red as her snowsuit. My heart hammered against my ribs. I scrambled forward, falling to my knees, digging frantically with my bare hands. My fingers, already numb, closed around a small, woolen mitten. Her mitten. The one with the little palm on the cuff. For a moment, pure, undiluted joy surged through me. It was proof. She was real. She was here. This was her path. Lily, I screamed, holding the mitten aloft as if it were a holy relic.
I'm close, baby!
I'm coming. You found my mitten, Daddy. The voice giggled, and this time, it was so close I spun around, expecting to see her standing right behind me.
No, you have to find me!
The giggle was wrong. It was her laugh, yes, but it was hollow, laced with a chilling, knowing cruelty that a 7-year-old could never possess. It was the sound of a predator enjoying its sport. And when I looked down at the snow where I'd found the mitten, my blood ran cold. There were no tracks. Not a single one. Just the indentation where the mitten had lain, as if it had been dropped from the sky. The hope drained out of me, leaving a vacuum that the despair rushed in to fill. It hadn't been a clue. It had been a prop. A piece of stage dressing in this elaborate, sadistic play. The thing in the woods wasn't just mimicking her voice. It was learning. It was using my hope against me, crafting moments of relief specifically so it could shatter them. It wasn't just trying to lure me. It was trying to break me. I was exhausted. A deep, bone-weary exhaustion that went beyond the physical. My muscles screamed in protest. The cold had seeped into my core, and my movements became sluggish, my thoughts thick and slow like molasses. I stumbled constantly, my legs refusing to obey the commands from my brain. The flashlight, once a beacon, now felt like it weighed 100 pounds. I was lost, utterly and completely lost, miles from the warmth of the cabin, miles from anything. I sank to my knees in the snow, the last of my strength deserting me. The blizzard swirled around me, no longer a temporary fury, but the permanent state of my new reality. I couldn't go on. I couldn't answer the voice anymore. Let it call. Let the game end. I was done. I closed my eyes, a strange sense of peace settling over me. It would be warm soon. I would just rest for a minute. I would be with Lily. Please. I whispered to the storm, to the forest, to whatever God might be listening. My voice was a pathetic, cracked thing. Just let me find my daughter. Please. A profound silence fell. The wind, which had been a constant, shrieking companion, died down to a low moan. Even the snow seemed to fall more gently. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of my own ragged breathing. Then, a new voice spoke. She's not here, David. It was right behind me. So close I could feel the words, a vibration in the air against the back of my neck. This voice was not Lily's. It was low and raspy, a dry, guttural sound like dead leaves skittering across frozen pavement. It was a voice that had not known moisture or warmth in 1,000 years. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but my body was a leaden weight. Every fiber of my being told me not to look, to stay frozen, to pretend I hadn't heard. But I had to know. I had to see the architect of my agony. Slowly, painfully, I turned. I raised the flashlight, its beam trembling violently in my hand. The light cut through the falling snow and landed on the figure standing there. And my mind, what was left of it, simply broke. It was tall, impossibly tall and gaunt, its form a grotesque parody of a human being. Its skin was the pale, grayish, white of a corpse dredged from a frozen lake, stretched taut over a frame of jutting bones. Its limbs were long and stretched, the arms ending in dirty, talon-like fingers. But the face was a nightmare carved from spoiled meat and ancient ice. Too dark, sunken pits for eyes stared out from a skull, like head burning with a cold, malevolent intelligence. And below them, a lipless mouth, a wide, lipless gash pulled back in a semblance of a grin, revealing rows of small, sharp, blackened teeth. It cocked its head, a slow, unnatural movement, like a bird of prey studying an insect. The old stories hadn't done it justice. They couldn't capture the sheer wrongness of it, the way it felt like a violation of the natural order. This was a thing of pure, undiluted hunger. Not just for flesh, but for something more. For warmth, for life, for hope. I could only stare, my throat locked, a single, hot tear freezing on my cheek. What did you do to her? I finally managed to sob, the words barely a whisper. The creature's lipless mouth stretched even wider, and then it spoke again, not in its own dead, leaf rasp, but in a perfect, cheerful, 7-year-old's laugh that echoed in the sudden silence of the storm. "Let's play hide and seek, Daddy." The sound of Lily's cheerful laugh, issuing from that lipless, grinning maw, was the sound of my world ending. It wasn't just a sound, it was a physical force that struck me, shattering the last fragile panes of my sanity. The universe, which had already been tilting and fracturing, simply inverted. The ground, the snow, the howling wind, the monstrous figure in front of me. It all dissolved into an incomprehensible slurry of white noise and black terror. I don't remember what happened next. Not with any clarity. My memory of that time is a collection of broken shards, fleeting images and sensations that refuse to form a coherent narrative. There is a sensation of falling, of being swallowed by the cold, soft snow. There is the image of those two dark, sunken eyes, burning with a cold fire, imprinted on the inside of my eyelids. There is the echo of that laugh, playing on a loop, each repetition another turn of the screw in my mind. I don't remember screaming, but my throat was raw for days afterward. I don't remember fighting or running. I remember only a profound and terrifying emptiness, a void where my mind used to be. The puppet's strings had been cut, and he had simply collapsed into a heap. My next semi-lucid thought was of light. A bright, blinding light, different from the focused beam of my own flashlight. It was diffuse, sweeping across the snow, accompanied by the muffled shouting of distant voices. They weren't calling for Lily. They were calling for me. I remember the crunch of snowshoes approaching, the beams of several flashlights converging on my face, making me recoil. Hands, strong and firm, rolled me over. Faces, bearded and ruddy from the cold, peered down at me, their expressions a mixture of pity and alarm. I tried to speak, to warn them. The words came out as a garbled scream of nonsense. The voice, I remember babbling, my lips numb and clumsy. It knows her name. It has her laugh. Don't listen. It's a trick. One of the men, a park ranger I think, shone a light in my eyes. "He's in bad shape," he said to the others. "Severe hypothermia. Delirious." They wrapped me in heavy, coarse blankets and forced a hot, sweet liquid from a thermos past my lips. It tasted like life, but I choked on it, still trying to explain the impossible. I tried to point, to show them where the creature had stood, but my arm wouldn't obey. There was nothing there anyway, just trees and snow and the endless, swirling storm. They saw a man who had succumbed to the cold and grief, a mind broken by the elements. They couldn't see the truth. They couldn't see the grinning ghoul that still stood behind them in my mind's eye. They carried me back to the cabin, a journey I have no recollection of. The next few days were a blur of warmth, soft beds, and the low, concerned murmurs of strangers. A doctor came. Police officers, their faces grim and professional, asked me questions I couldn't properly answer. I would recount my story, my voice trembling, and they would nod patiently, exchanging glances that I knew were labeling me as an unreliable witness, a mind unhinged by trauma. They kept using words like auditory hallucination, survivor's guilt, and disorientation. They were trying to fit my experience into a box that made sense in their world. But my world now included monsters that played games with your heart. All the while, the search for Lily continued. Teams of volunteers and professionals calmed the woods as the blizzard slowly abated. Every time I heard the crunch of boots on the porch, my heart would leap with a sick, conditioned hope, only to plummet when it was just another volunteer coming in for coffee. I was a prisoner in that cabin, surrounded by the ghosts of our last happy moments. Her half-finished snowman on the porch sagged and began to melt as the temperatures rose slightly, its lopsided form looking more and more like a tombstone. They found her body a week later, after the storm had cleared, and the sun had returned to glint off a world of pristine, unbroken white. The police sergeant and a grief counselor came to the cabin to tell me. I knew before they even opened their mouths. I saw it in the profound sadness in their eyes, the practiced way they held themselves, bracing for the impact of the news they were about to deliver. She was found less than 100 yards from the cabin. The words didn't register at first. 100 yards, I repeated, my voice hollow. Yes, Mr. Henderson, the sergeant said gently. It seems she got turned around in the whiteout and fell into a small, wooded ravine. She was very close. He paused, then added the words that would become the cornerstone of my own private hell. She was in the opposite direction from where our trackers found your path. You went north. She was found south of the cabin. The coroner's report was clinical and concise. Lily died of exposure. The coroner estimated her time of death as being within the first hour she was lost. The first hour, while I was just beginning my frantic chase, while I was first answering the siren, call of her voice leading me deeper and deeper into the woods, my daughter was already gone. While I was pushing through snowdrifts, screaming her name in response to a phantom, she was already lying still and silent, 100 yards from safety. It didn't take her. It didn't need to. It had found a much more efficient, much more exquisite form of cruelty. It had simply found a tragedy already in progress and decided to play. It used her, her memory, her voice. It used my love for her to lure me into the woods. Not to kill me, but to play with me. To feed. I felt its hunger in the forest, but I had misunderstood its nature. It wasn't a hunger for flesh and bone. It was a hunter that used your heart as bait, and it fed on the emotions that bait produced. It severed my hope each time I heard the voice. It gorged itself on my terror each time I found nothing, and it feasted on my despair when it finally revealed itself. I left that cabin and have never been back. I live in a city now, surrounded by the noise and light of millions, but I have never felt more alone or more in the dark. The silence of the deep woods has followed me. Sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet, I think I can hear it. A faint, dry, rasping sound, like dead leaves skittering across pavement. And sometimes, buried deep within that sound, I hear a small, perfect voice carried on a phantom wind. Daddy, let's play hide and seek. My name is Jessica Thorne, and for the past 4 years, I've been the host and lead investigator for the podcast, Cryptospective. It's a title that sounds more impressive than it is. In reality, it's a passion project that grew into a modest business, one that occupies that strange, crowded space in the digital world between niche hobby and mainstream recognition. We have a dedicated, if not massive, listenership, and we pay the bills. But I've always felt we were perched on the edge of something bigger, one good story away from breaking through. One piece of undeniable proof. My expertise, or so I believed, was forged in the crucible of the internet. I was an armchair cryptozoologist, a digital explorer of the arcane. I'd spent countless nights with my face, illuminated by the glow of a monitor, falling down rabbit holes of forgotten forums, declassified documents, and grainy video uploads. I'd read every book, from the academic to the absurdly speculative. I could tell you the subtle differences in footprint, castings of a Sasquatch from the Pacific Northwest versus a Florida skunk ape. I could debate the merits of the lake, Champlain monster versus Loch Ness. And I knew, with what I thought was absolute certainty, everything there was to know about the Wendigo. To me, the Wendigo was the rock star of North American cryptids. It had the look, the iconic, terrifying visage of the emaciated deer, the crown of antlers, the gaunt, predatory frame. It was a creature seemingly designed for the modern horror palette, a perfect monster for a visual medium. I'd seen it brilliantly realized in games like Until Dawn and given a visceral, terrifying form in films like Antlers. This was the Wendigo that captured the public imagination, and consequently, the Wendigo that would capture an audience for my show. Of course, I'd encountered the other stories. The older, quieter tales from Algonquian folklore. The stories that spoke not of a deer monster, but of a human spirit corrupted by cannibalism, a gaunt, lipless specter of insatiable hunger. I'd read the accounts of men lost in the wilderness, succumbing to madness and greed, transforming into something wretched and thin, with skin stretched taut over their bones. But honestly, I dismissed them. They felt more like cautionary tales, moral allegories about the darkness within the human heart. They were less cinematic, less marketable. The deer, skull monster was the real deal. The creature people saw and reported. It was the money shot. The idea for the ultimate episode had been brewing for months. A live investigation. No more theorizing from the comfort of my sound-proofed studio. It was time to go to the source. The deep woods of northern Minnesota, a region that had become a hotspot for alleged Wendigo sightings over the past decade. It was a bold, expensive, and potentially dangerous plan, which is why my producer, Kevin, was initially against it. Kevin is the yin to my yang. Where I am impulsive and creatively driven, he is meticulous, pragmatic, and perpetually worried about liability insurance. He handles the tech, the scheduling, the budget, all the things that bore me to tears but are essential to keeping Cryptospective afloat. A-lev investigation, Jess. In the middle of nowhere, he'd said, leaning back in his chair, running a hand through his already messy hair. Think about the logistics, the gear, the lack of cell service, the bears, the actual, non-mythical bears. Kev, think of the payoff. I'd argued, pacing my small office, buzzing with energy. We're stagnating. We need to shake things up. This isn't just another episode, it's an event. Cryptospective. Live from Wendigo country. We get real-time audio, night vision footage, maybe even a plaster cast. This is the episode that puts us on the map. This is Joe Rogan level stuff. The mention of Joe Rogan was a low blow, but it worked. Kevin sighed, the sound of a man who knew he was fighting a losing battle against my ambition. Fine, he conceded, but we go prepared. Top of the line gear, satellite phone, bear spray, and we set a hard deadline, 3 nights. If we get nothing in 3 nights, we pack it in. Deal, I said, grinning. 2 weeks later, we were heading north on I-35, my beat-up SUV loaded to the roof with equipment. The urban sprawl of Minneapolis slowly gave way to endless fields, then to the dense, imposing forests of the north. The further we drove, the more the world seemed to shed its modernity. Cell service bars dwindled and vanished. Gas stations became fewer and farther between, their signs faded and peeling. Our last stop was a dilapidated outpost that seemed to be clinging to the edge of civilization. It was a gas station, a bait shop, and a general store all rolled into one, smelling of stale coffee, damp earth, and something vaguely like cured meat. The man behind the counter was ancient, his face a roadmap of wrinkles, his eyes a pale, watery blue. He watched us as we stocked up on water and propane, his gaze lingering on the expensive, looking Pelican cases in the back of our vehicle. "You ain't from around here?" he stated, not as a question. "Just heading up for some camping," Kevin said, his voice a little too cheerful. The old man grunted, his eyes shifting to me. "Woods are deep. They don't care about city folk or their fancy gear. They have their own rules. We'll be careful," I said, offering a polite smile. He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to a low, gravelly whisper. "Some things up here, they've been here a long time. Longer than the trees. They remember a hunger you can't understand. Best not to go looking for it." The cryptic warning should have been unsettling. Instead, it was exhilarating. It was exactly the kind of color, the kind of foreshadowing that would make for a great podcast intro. I secretly recorded his words on my phone, my mind already editing the narrative. We drove for another hour down a series of increasingly narrow and poorly maintained logging roads until we reached the spot I'd pinpointed from online maps and sighting reports. It was a small, natural clearing, a few hundred yards from a shallow, fast-moving creek. The trees, mostly pine and birch, pressed in on all sides, their sheer density creating a wall of green and shadow that felt ancient and indifferent. Setting up camp was a professional operation. We erected our 2-person tent, but the real work was in the tech. We had a perimeter of 4 night vision cameras, creating a 360-degree view of the clearing. I set up my primary recording station, a multi-channel mixer, a laptop, and the crown jewel of my audio gear, a parabolic microphone capable of picking up the faintest sounds from over a quarter-mile away. As dusk began to settle, a profound silence fell over the forest. It wasn't just quiet, it was a heavy, oppressive stillness that seemed to absorb sound. The air grew cold, carrying the scent of pine needles and damp soil. Kevin, ever practical, got a small, controlled campfire going. The crackle of the flames was a welcome intrusion into the immense quiet.
"Creepy, isn't it?"
he said, staring into the trees. It's perfect, I replied, adjusting the gain on my headphones. If anything is out here, we'll hear it. The first night was a bust. We stayed up until 3 a.m., taking turns monitoring the equipment, fueled by coffee and nervous energy. The forest offered nothing but the gentle murmur of the creek and the occasional hoot of a distant owl. It was anticlimactic, but not discouraging. I knew this was a game of patience. The second day was spent exploring the immediate area, looking for tracks, broken branches, anything that might suggest the passage of a large, unusual creature. We found nothing but deer trails and the paw prints of a fox. As evening approached on that second day, my optimism was beginning to fray at the edges. The weight of the investment, the hype I'd built up in my own mind, was starting to press down on me. I needed something to happen. As the last light bled from the sky, I settled into my camp chair, put on my headphones, and pointed the parabolic mic toward a dense ridgeline to the north. For an hour, there was nothing, and then I heard it. It wasn't a growl or a howl or anything easily identifiable. It was a sound that slid beneath the skin and chilled the bone. A series of low, guttural clicks, followed by a long, drawn-out sound like a person dragging their fingernails down a chalkboard, but deeper, more resonant. It was a sound of profound wrongness. My heart leaped into my throat. I held up a hand to Kevin, my eyes wide. I swiveled the microphone, trying to pinpoint the source. The clicking came again, closer this time. "Kevin," I whispered, my voice trembling with a mixture of fear and pure, unadulterated excitement. "Grab the night vision. Main camera. Point it north." He scrambled to the laptop, his hands shaking as he clicked the mouse. The monitor flickered, showing the ghostly green and black image from the camera I'd pointed at the ridge. For a moment, there was nothing but the shifting leaves of the trees. And then, it stepped out from behind a thicket of birch. It was exactly as I had imagined, exactly as I had hoped. A tall, impossibly thin figure moving with a stilted, unnatural gait, and silhouetted against the faint glow of the rising moon, unmistakable and magnificent, was a massive rack of deer antlers. The image on the screen was everything. It was the culmination of years of research, the justification for the expense, the validation of my entire career. It was the monster from the posters, the beast from the fireside tales, brought to life in shimmering, ghostly green. My breath caught in my chest, a knot of pure, unadulterated adrenaline. I couldn't speak. I could only point, my finger trembling as I traced its impossible silhouette on the laptop screen. "Oh my God," Kevin breathed, his voice a hushed whisper of awe and terror. "Jess, it's real. The deer monster, it's actually real." My mind, which had been a frantic mess of doubt and anxiety moments before, was now crystal clear, operating with a singular, predatory focus. The fear was there, a cold undercurrent beneath the surface, but it was completely eclipsed by the tidal wave of triumph. This was it. The money shot, the proof that would silence every skeptic and catapult cryptospective into the stratosphere. "Kevin, are you getting this?" I finally managed, my voice a strained whisper, into the small microphone clipped to my collar. My podcasting instincts were so deeply ingrained that even in this moment of profound shock, a part of me was already producing the show. "All cameras recording. Audio levels good. Recording, yeah, levels are hot," he confirmed, his eyes glued to the screen. "Jess, what is it doing?" The creature wasn't behaving like a startled animal. It stood for a long moment, its head tilted as if listening. its antlered crown swaying gently. Then, with that same stilted, disjointed gait, it turned and began to move, not away from us, but parallel to our camp, deeper into the tangled woods. It was deliberate. It wasn't running, it was proceeding. A switch flipped in my brain. Footage was one thing. An encounter was another. We have to follow it, I said, my voice low and urgent as I started grabbing gear. Kevin spun around in his chair, his face pale in the glow of the monitor. Follow it. Are you insane? Jess, that thing is 7.
Maybe 8 feet tall.
We stay here. We have the footage.
This is the wind.
We pack up at first light and we get the hell out of here. No. I snapped, the word sharper than I intended. This is the opportunity of a lifetime, Kev. We can't just sit here and watch it walk away. Think of the data we could gather. Proximity audio. Footprints. We can track it, keep our distance, document its behavior. My mind was racing, a whirlwind of possibilities. This is how you make a name for yourself. You don't do it by hiding in a tent. I was already pulling on my hiking boots. My movements quick and efficient. I grabbed my go bag. A smaller pack containing a high-definition handycam with its own night vision setting, a backup audio recorder, and a powerful ED flashlight. The hubris was afire in my gut, burning away all caution. I felt invincible. Like a war correspondent, on the verge of the century's biggest story. Kevin was shaking his head, his expression a mixture of fear and disbelief. This is a mistake, Jess. A huge mistake. That thing isn't a deer. It isn't a bear. We have no idea what it's capable of. That's why we're here. To find out. I countered, slinging the bag over my shoulder. Look, I'm going. You can stay here and monitor the cameras if you want. Just keep recording. But I can't let this slip away. I saw the conflict warring in his eyes. His pragmatism, his very logical fear, was wrestling with his loyalty to me and the project. He had been with me since the beginning. Since Cryptive was just a pipe dream we discussed over cheap beer. He let out a long, defeated sigh. Damn it, Jess, he muttered, grabbing his own jacket and a heavy-duty flashlight. You're going to get me killed one of these days. Fine, I'm coming, but we keep a serious distance. First sign of trouble, first sign it even looks in our direction, we are gone. No arguments. Deal, I said. Though in my heart, I knew it was a lie. I had no intention of turning back. We left the relative safety of our campfire's glow and plunged into the oppressive darkness of the woods. I took the lead, holding the handycam up. It's night. Vision view a small, green window into a world of shifting shadows and unseen things. The air was instantly colder away from the fire. The silence more profound. Every snap of a twig under my boots sounded like a gunshot. The creature was surprisingly easy to follow. It seemed to be making no effort to conceal its passage. We could hear it ahead of us, the rhythmic, heavy tread of its steps, and occasionally, that deeply unsettling clicking sound, a dry, chitinous noise that seemed to echo in the bones. It was like a beacon, drawing us deeper and deeper into the wilderness. The forest at night was a disorienting, claustrophobic place. The trees formed a dense canopy that blotted out the moon, leaving us in near total blackness. Save for the narrow beams of our flashlights and the ghostly green world of my camera's viewfinder. The creature stayed just at the edge of our vision, a tall, lanky shadow moving with that unnatural grace between the trees. It never looked back. It was as if it knew we were there and simply didn't care. Jess, we're getting pretty far from the camp, Kevin whispered after about 20 minutes of tense, silent hiking. His voice was tight with anxiety. "The creek is back that way. We're losing our bearings." "I've got it," I said, my tone more confident than I felt. "It's heading northwest. We can backtrack. Just stay focused on the subject." But he was right. A small seed of unease was planted in my mind. The creature's path felt intentional, directed. It wasn't wandering, it was heading somewhere. This wasn't the behavior of a wild animal. This was the behavior of a hunter leading its prey into a trap. I pushed the thought down. It was just my nerves. The pop culture Wendigo was an animal. A monster, yes, but a creature of instinct. It wasn't a strategic thinker. The terrain began to change. The ground became softer, spongier, and the air grew thick with the smell of decay, of damp earth and rotting vegetation. The trees here were older, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching for us in the dark. And then we saw it. Through a break in the trees, a structure loomed against the slightly less black sky. It was an old hunter's stand, a rickety wooden box perched on stilts 15 feet off the ground. It was dilapidated, leaning precariously, with a crude ladder nailed to its side. It looked like it hadn't been used in decades. Our creature, our magnificent, terrifying prize, walked directly to the base of the stand. It didn't hesitate. It reached out a long, spindly arm and grasped the first rung of the ladder. Then, with a horrifying spider, like agility that defied its size, it began to climb. It moved with an unnatural fluidity, its limbs bending at odd angles. Within seconds, it had reached the top, pushed open the small trapdoor, and disappeared inside. We stood frozen at the edge of the clearing, hidden behind a massive, moss-covered pine. The silence that followed was absolute. "It's cornered," I breathed, my voice buzzing with a giddy, reckless energy. The footage I had just captured was breathtaking. The climb alone would be analyzed for years. "We've got it." This was the moment. The climax of the entire expedition. All the planning. All the risk, it had all led to this. The creature was trapped in a wooden box 15 feet in the air. Kevin grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "Jess, no," he pleaded, his voice a desperate hiss. "Leave it. Please. We have more than enough. We have the footage of it walking, the audio. We just saw it climb into that thing. Let's go now." This feels wrong. All of this feels wrong. I looked from his terrified face to the dark, silent hunting stand. He was right, of course. Any sane person would have backed away, content with the incredible evidence they had already collected. But I wasn't sane anymore. I was drunk on adrenaline and ambition. I was so close to the truth, so close to the ultimate reveal. Turning back now felt like a physical impossibility. "No way," I said, my voice full of a confidence I now recognize as pure, unadulterated hubris. "This is it. The final piece. I'm going up there. I'm going to get a clear shot of it through the door." "Jess, don't." But I was already moving. I shrugged off his hand, my heart hammering against my ribs not with fear, but with a wild, triumphant joy. I crept out from behind the tree, my camera held up and rolling, its green eye fixed on the rickety structure. The world narrowed to that single point, that dark box silhouetted against the night sky. This was my moment, my discovery, my legacy. Each step I took away from Kevin felt like crossing a chasm. His desperate, "Jess, don't," was a thin thread trying to pull me back to safety. But I severed it without a second thought. The world had contracted to the rickety ladder and the dark, silent box at the top. The air was thick with the smell of pine and wet rot, but all I could smell was victory. My camera was a part of me, an extension of my eye, and its glowing green view was my reality. I reached the base of the stand and placed a hand on the ladder. The wood was slick with moss and age, and it groaned under my touch. I tested it with my weight, and the entire structure swayed, protesting with a chorus of creaks and moans. From the darkness behind me, I heard Kevin's frantic whisper, "It's not safe.
Jess!
The whole thing could come down. It'll hold." I whispered back, more to myself than to him. I began to climb. My heart hammered a frantic rhythm against my ribs, a drumbeat for my ascent. Left hand, right foot. Right hand, left foot. The camera dangled from a strap around my neck, its lens cap on to protect it from swinging into the ladder. My focus was absolute. I was no longer a podcaster. I was a pioneer, an explorer on the verge of a new world. The fear that should have been paralyzing me was instead fueling me, sharpening my senses, making every detail hyper, vivid. The splintery texture of the rungs, the cold night air on the back of my neck, the immense, watching silence of the forest around me. Halfway up, a rung splintered under my boot. The sharp crack echoed in the clearing. The stand shuddered violently, and for a terrifying second, I thought Kevin's warning was about to come true. I froze, clinging to the ladder, my knuckles white. I could hear Kevin's sharp intake of breath below. But the structure held. After a long moment, I resumed my climb, moving with even greater care, my earlier bravado tempered by a fresh spike of adrenaline. Finally, my hands closed around the edge of the platform. I hauled myself up, my muscles straining, and rolled onto the dusty, warped floorboards. I lay there for a moment, catching my breath, the smell of old wood and animal musk filling my nostrils. I unclipped the audio recorder from my belt and placed it on the floor, its tiny red light a comforting beacon. Then, I took the camera, removed the lens cap, and switched it back on. The trapdoor the creature had used was a simple, hinged square in the middle of the floor. It was slightly ajar. My moment of truth. I crawled toward it, my movements slow and deliberate, a predator stalking its prey. I was ready for anything. A guttural roar, a flash of antlers, a monstrous face lunging into the camera. I braced myself, my finger hovering over the zoom toggle. I pushed the trapdoor open with the barrel of my camera and shined my powerful LED flashlight into the cramped space below. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing. The hunter's stand was empty. I swept the light from corner to corner, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. The space was small, no more than 6 feet by 6 feet. There was nowhere to hide. It was just a dusty, derelict box filled with cobwebs and old leaves that had blown in through the cracks. My triumphant narrative began to crumble, replaced by a wave of confusion and crushing disappointment. Had it somehow escaped, squeezed through a crack? It was impossible. And then my light fell upon it. Propped up on a wooden crate in the far corner was a large, rotting deer skull. A magnificent rack of antlers was still attached, bleached white by the sun and weather. It was tilted forward slightly, as if in a bow. It was a puppet. A crude, horrifyingly effective puppet. The body we had seen, the tall, lanky frame, was gone because it had never been there. It had been a trick of the light, of shadow and suggestion, our minds filling in the blanks with the monster we expected, the monster we wanted to see. The scale of the deception hit me like a physical blow. The deliberate path, the easy-to-follow sounds, the theatrical climb. It had all been a performance, a show put on for our benefit. We hadn't been tracking a monster, we had been led into a stage. The disappointment curdled into a cold, creeping dread. This wasn't the work of a mindless beast. This was intelligent. This was a trap. A floorboard creaked behind me. It was a soft sound, almost imperceptible, but in the profound silence of that high, lonely place, it was as loud as a scream. My blood ran cold. I wasn't alone on the platform. I turned around slowly, every muscle in my body screaming in protest. Standing in the doorway, the only entrance, the only exit, silhouetted against the dark tapestry of the forest, was the puppeteer. It was not the antlered beast from pop culture. It was not the cinematic creature I had built my career on chasing. It was the thing from the old stories, the ones I had dismissed as dusty folklore, as primitive allegories. The horror I had deemed less marketable. It was tall. So tall its head nearly brushed the top of the doorframe. And it was emaciated, a skeletal figure of impossible thinness, as if it had been starving for 1,000 years. Its skin was the color of old parchment, dry and tight, stretched so thin over its bones that it seemed translucent. Its arms were long, hanging nearly to its knees, ending not in hands, but in long, blackened claws that looked like sharpened obsidian. But the face is what will forever be burned into the back of my eyes. Its eyes were not eyes at all, but deep, sunken pits of absolute shadow, devoid of light or reflection. It had no nose, just two small, dark slits. And it had no lips. Its mouth was a bloody, tattered gash, a wound that it chewed on compulsively, the faint, wet sound of it a sickening counterpoint to the forest's silence. It was a monster that was once a man, a thing of pure, undiluted human greed and hunger, twisted by an ancient curse into this obscene mockery of a human form. In that horrifying instant, I understood everything. The misrepresentation in pop culture wasn't just inaccurate, it was a weapon. The stories of the deer monster, the antlers, the animalistic features, they were a smokescreen, a brilliant, deadly piece of misdirection, a lure for fools like me. While I was chasing a Hollywood myth, a dramatic and exciting fiction, the real horror, the true, patient, and infinitely more dangerous horror, was stalking me. It had used my own ambition, my own expertise, against me. It had dangled the monster I wanted to see in front of me, and I had followed it blindly, eagerly, into the killing jar. From the clearing below, a scream tore through the night. It was Kevin, a choked, gurgling sound of pure agony that was cut off with a sickening, wet crunch. The creature in the doorway took a step toward me. Its lipless mouth stretched, the tattered flesh pulling back from yellowed teeth into a horrifying, impossible grin. It was a look of triumphant, ancient hunger. The chase was over. The meal was served. My camera slipped from my numb fingers and clattered onto the wooden floor. My last thought wasn't of my life, or of Kevin, or of the podcast that had led me here. It was a single, searingly clear thought of my own breathtaking stupidity. The real stories, the ones whispered in hushed tones around dying fires, are always more dangerous than the ones we tell for entertainment. My name is Chaitin. That is the name my grandfather gave me, and it means falcon in the language of our people. It is a name meant for a hunter, a provider, a man of keen sight. I have tried to live up to it, but I am not the hero of this story. I am not the warrior who faced the darkness or the shaman who divined the path. I am merely its custodian, the one who carries the words, the one who remembers. The weight of this memory is a cold thing, a presence that settles in the quiet hours before dawn. A story that demands to be told lest it be forgotten, and, in being forgotten, allowed to repeat itself. The story came to me from my Mishomis. My grandfather, he was a man carved from the very woods he loved, his face a roadmap of seasons, his hands gnarled and strong from a lifetime of work. He told it to me when I was a boy, no more than 10 winters old. We were sealed in our small cabin against a blizzard that raged with a sentient fury. The wind a shrieking chorus that clawed at the log walls and hurled ice against the single pane of glass in the window. Inside, the world was reduced to the golden circle light cast by our stone fireplace. The air was thick with the scent of burning pine and drying herbs that hung from the rafters. I was wrapped in a heavy wool blanket, but the chill of his words seeped through, colder than any winter wind. This is his story as he told it to me, his voice a low rumble like distant thunder, his eyes fixed on the dancing flames, as if he could see the past flickering within them. Winter has a voice, Chaitin. He began, not looking at me, but at the fire. It speaks in the howl of the wind, in the crack of a frozen tree, in the silence of a snow-choked forest. Most of the time it speaks of rest, of slumber. But sometimes, when the world turns cruel and the hearts of men grow desperate, it speaks of hunger. A hunger that is more than an empty belly. It is a hunger of the spirit, a gnawing emptiness that can devour a man from the inside out. It is this hunger that calls the WENDIGO. He paused, letting the name hang in the warm air of the cabin, where it seemed to instantly curdle the warmth, turning it thin and brittle. In the time of my grandfather's grandfather, he continued, his voice dropping even lower, the winter was a cruel one. It was not a normal cold. It was a predator. The snows began in the moon of the falling leaves, long before they were due, and they did not cease. They came not as gentle blankets, but as blinding, wind-driven torrents. The world became a vast, featureless expanse of white. Our village, nestled in a valley by the frozen river, became an island in a sea of ice. At first, there was no panic. We are Anishinaabe. We know the winter. We are people of the woods, and we prepare. The lodges were reinforced, the firewood was stacked high, and the stores of dried meat, fish, and berries were thought to be plentiful. But this winter was different. It had a malice to it. The deer, usually abundant in the sheltered valleys, seemed to have vanished from the earth. The rabbit snares, normally a reliable source of fresh meat, remained empty day after day, their delicate loops of sinew pristine and untouched. The ice on the river grew too thick for fishing spears, and the holes we managed to cut yielded nothing but dark, silent water. A quiet dread began to settle over our people. It was in the eyes of the mothers, as they stretched the broth a little thinner each night. It was in the hollow-cheeked faces of the hunters, who returned from the forest empty, handed their snowshoes heavy, their spirits heavier. The laughter of children, the lifeblood of any village, faded into a watchful silence. The hunger began. It started as a dull ache in the belly, but it grew into a sharp, toothed thing, a constant, agonizing presence that clouded thought and frayed tempers. It is in this fertile ground of desperation that the WENDIGO spirit finds its seed. It is a spirit of excess, of insatiable greed given form. They say it is born when a man, lost to the madness of starvation, turns to the ultimate taboo and consumes the flesh of another human. That act of monstrous survivalism is a perversion of nature, an invitation for a far older and more terrible spirit to take root. The man is consumed, his soul extinguished and replaced by an eternal, ravenous hunger. He becomes a thing of ice and shadow, driven by a need that can never be met. The first sign was the disappearance of Tikani, a trapper who had gone to check his lines on the northern ridge, a man who knew the woods better than he knew his own face. He did not return. A search party of the strongest hunters, my great-great-grandfather among them, went out to find him. They were brave men, seasoned and unafraid of the forest. They followed his trail for half a day, until the tracks simply stopped in the middle of a clearing. There was no sign of a struggle, no blood, no tracks of a wolf or a bear. There was only the single line of Tikani's snowshoe prints leading to the center of the clearing, and then nothing. It was as if he had been plucked from the sky. All that remained was a strange, profound coldness in the air, a cold that clung to their clothes and settled deep in their bones, a cold that the fiercest fire could not seem to burn away. And there, pressed deep into the snow, was a single, impossibly large track, a long, distorted mockery of a human foot, which seemed to radiate the unnatural chill. Fear, a true and venomous fear, took hold of the village. The elders whispered the forbidden name, WENDIGO. The children were kept inside the lodges after sundown, the doors barred with heavy timbers. The night, once a time of peace, became a thing of terror. The people would huddle around their fires, listening to the wind, trying to convince themselves that the sounds they heard were just the storm, and not the creaking footsteps of a giant made of ice. Then, it showed itself. It came during the height of a blizzard, a night when the wind was so loud it swallowed all other sounds. It walked out of the swirling wall of snow at the edge of the village, and for a moment, the people who saw it could not comprehend what they were seeing. It was taller than the highest pine tree, a gaunt, skeletal figure that seemed to be woven from the blizzard itself. Its body was not flesh, but a latticework of what looked like river ice, translucent and webbed with black cracks. Through its frozen ribcage, the people could see its heart, a solid, jagged chunk of black ice that pulsed with a faint, sickening, violet light, beating in time with the howling wind. Its limbs were long and spindly, its fingers like sharpened icicles, and its head was a horror, a deer's skull, elongated and twisted, with hollow eye sockets that burned with that same cold, hateful light. It did not roar or scream. It simply stood there, a silent monument to starvation and death, its presence draining the world of all warmth and hope. It raised one impossibly long arm and pointed a finger of ice at the lodge of a family on the edge of the village. It took a step, and the sound was not of snow crunching, but of a glacier groaning, of a frozen river breaking apart. The very ground seemed to tremble with its malevolence. The WENDIGO had woken, and it had come to feed. My grandfather stoked the fire, and a shower of orange sparks danced up the chimney, briefly illuminating the worry etched deep into his face. He had reached the part of the story where the monster was no longer a whisper on the wind, but a towering reality at the edge of his ancestors' lives. There was a moment of frozen silence. Mishamus continued, his voice barely a whisper above the crackling logs, a collective breath held in 100 lungs. The world seemed to stop. The blizzard itself seemed to pause, holding its fury in abeyance to witness the horror. The WENDIGO's finger, a shard of jagged ice as long as a man's arm, remained pointed at the lodge of Nakoma, a kind woman known for her beautiful beadwork, who lived with her husband and 2 small children. No one could move. No one could scream. The fear was a physical thing. A paralyzing cold that locked the limbs and froze the tongue. The creature took another step, the sound of grinding ice echoing through the valley. It did not need to walk on the wind now. It had no need for stealth. It was a god of hunger, and it had come to collect its tribute. It reached the small lodge in 2 strides. Its icy claws, sharper than any flint, tore through the hide and wood walls as if they were wet paper. A scream finally broke the silence. A woman's shriek of pure, undiluted terror cut short with a sickening crunch. The Wendigo reached inside, its arm disappearing into the darkness of the ruined home. When it pulled its arm back, the family was gone. There was no blood, no struggle, no sound but the weeping of the wind through the hole it had made. It was as if Nakoma and her family had never existed. All that was left was a gaping wound in the side of their home, and a cold that poured out of it, a tangible aura of absolute despair. That broke the spell. The warriors of the village, men who had faced bears and rival war parties without flinching, let out a collective roar of rage and grief. My great-great-grandfather, a young man then named Anamiki, Thunder, was the first to act. His name was a prophecy of his spirit, loud, brave, and full of fire. He knocked an arrow to his bow, his movements swift and sure despite the terror that threatened to unman him. The bow was of seasoned ash, the string of braided moose sinew, strong enough to send an arrow through the tough hide of a bull moose. He drew it back until the feathers touched his cheek and let it fly. The arrow soared through the swirling snow, a perfect shot aimed directly at the creature's pulsing heart of black ice. It struck true. But instead of piercing it, the flint arrowhead shattered with a sharp crack, exploding into dust against the frozen surface. The arrow shaft fell uselessly to the snow. The Wendigo did not even flinch. It turned its skull like head slowly, the burning lights in its eyes fixing on Anamiki. He said it was like looking into the void between stars, a cold so absolute it felt like his soul was being drawn out of his body. Other warriors followed his lead. A volley of arrows flew, all shattering harmlessly against the creature's icy skin. They threw their spears, the stone and bone tips painstakingly sharpened, breaking like twigs. The creature was impervious. It was a spirit, a force of nature, and their physical weapons were meaningless against it. It paid them no mind, as a man pays no mind to the buzzing of black flies. It turned and began to walk along the edge of the village, its great, groaning steps shaking the very earth. It did not hurry. It knew it had all the time in the world. Every few steps it would stop, point its terrible finger at another lodge, and repeat the horrific act, tearing a family from their home and consigning them to an unknown, silent fate. Panic erupted. The people scattered, screaming, trying to flee into the remaining lodges, barring the doors, their hearts hammering against their ribs. The village became a place of chaos and shrieking fear. The Wendigo took 3 more families that night before it seemed satisfied. Without a sound, it turned and strode back into the swirling chaos of the blizzard, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. It left behind a shattered village and a silence that was more terrifying than the screams had been. In its wake, the cold intensified, a biting, supernatural chill that seemed to mock the fires burning in every hearth. The next day, the blizzard broke. The sun rose on a world of blinding white, but its light brought no warmth, only illumination for the devastation. The survivors gathered in the central lodge, their faces masks of shock and grief. The warriors were shamed, their strength proven useless. The elders prayed, their voices trembling. It was then that Anang, the village shaman, spoke. She was an old woman, her face as wrinkled as a dried apple, but her eyes were as bright and clear as a young girl's. She had seen more winters than anyone, and she carried the wisdom of generations. She stood, leaning on a staff of twisted ironwood. "You cannot fight a shadow with a spear," she said, her voice thin but carrying a surprising strength that cut through the murmurs of fear. "You cannot kill hunger with an arrow. The WENDIGO is not a creature of flesh and bone. It is a spirit of the great cold and the empty belly. Its body is merely a vessel, a shell of ice formed by its malevolent will." The people listened, desperate for any sliver of hope. Anamiki, my great-great-grandfather, his face grim, stepped forward. "Then how do we fight it, wise one? How do we protect our people? Are we to simply wait for it to return and pick us off one by one?" Anang looked at him, her gaze softening for a moment. She had known him since he was a baby. "Its life is not in its body," she explained, her eyes sweeping over the faces of the gathered warriors. "Its life is in its heart. That thing you saw beating in its chest, that chunk of black ice, that is its soul. It is the frozen core of the man it once was, the nexus of its greed and its power. A conventional weapon shatters against it, because it is not just ice, it is frozen spirit, colder than any earthly winter. To kill the WENDIGO, you must not pierce its heart, you must destroy it. You must thaw the unthawable." A desperate hope began to kindle in the lodge. "How?" asked the war chief. "What can melt such a thing?" "Fire," Anang said simply. "A great fire, a sacred fire. But first, you must take the heart from its chest. And for that, you will need a weapon that is not of this earth." She explained that a normal blade would freeze and shatter before it could even touch the heart. They needed something that could withstand the unholy cold. She held up a long, thin object wrapped in deerskin. She unwrapped it carefully, revealing a dagger. The blade was dark, almost black, and it seemed to drink the light from the room. It was forged, she told them, from the iron of a fallen star, a piece of the night sky itself, which had been found by her own grandfather generations ago. It was a metal that held the memory of celestial fire, and it was the only thing that could survive the WENDIGO's cold. She then brought out a long rope, woven not from sinew or plant fiber, but from the long, white hair of a dozen elders, men and women who had lived righteous lives. Woven into the strands were threads of pure, hammered silver, a metal sacred for its purity and its power against unnatural things. The rope had been blessed in a ceremony that lasted all night, soaked in prayers and smoke from sacred medicines. "This rope can hold a spirit," she told them. "It can bind the creature long enough for one warrior to strike." The task was clear, but it was a suicide mission. Who would be brave enough, or foolish enough, to face the creature at arm's length? My great-great-grandfather, Anamiki, his heart burning with shame from his earlier failure and grief for his lost neighbors, stepped forward without hesitation. "I will do it," he said, his voice ringing with resolve. 3 other warriors, the bravest of the village, joined him. Their names were Bainisi, Makwa, and Mayingan, Falcon, Bear, and Wolf. They were young, strong, and now they were the village's only hope. As the sun began to set, casting long, blue shadows across the snow, the 4 chosen hunters prepared themselves. Anang painted their faces with symbols of courage and protection. They did not go to hunt a beast of the forest. They went to hunt a nightmare. They left the relative safety of the village, their snowshoes sinking into the deep drifts, and followed the monstrous tracks that led away into the vast, silent, and starving wilderness. And my grandfather fell silent for a long moment, his gaze lost in the depths of the fire. The wind outside seemed to have died down, and the cabin was filled with a heavy silence, pregnant with the anticipation of the story's end. I leaned forward, the wool blanket forgotten, my young heart pounding in my chest. Tracking a normal animal, even a great bear. Mishamus began again, his voice low and solemn. Is a matter of skill. You read the snow, you understand the wind. You think like your prey. But tracking the WENDIGO, that was like tracking a ghost made of winter. The tracks my great-great-grandfather and his companions followed were not simple footprints. Each one was a pool of unnatural cold, a place where the very air seemed thinner, heavier. The snow around the edges of the tracks was frozen into crystalline patterns, like frost on a window pane, sharp and beautiful and wrong. They walked for a day and a night, the sun a pale, indifferent disk in the sky, offering no warmth. The forest around them grew unnaturally silent. There were no chattering squirrels, no calls of winter birds, not even the whisper of the wind in the pines. It was a dead quiet, the kind of silence that presses in on the ears. They passed trees that were snapped in half, not pushed over, but broken cleanly as if by a giant's hand. They saw boulders tossed aside from their ancient resting places, the snow beneath them undisturbed, as if they had been lifted and thrown without effort. This was the trail of a power that did not belong in our world. The four men did not speak. Words were useless here. They communicated with hand signals, their movements economical, their senses stretched to a breaking point. Makwa, the bear, with his immense strength, carried the bulk of their supplies. Bainisi, the falcon, with his keen eyes, took the lead, scanning the horizon for any sign of movement. Maingan, the wolf, agile and quiet, guarded their rear. And Anamiki, my great-great-grandfather, walked in the center, his hand never far from the star, metal dagger wrapped in deerskin at his belt. The sacred rope of silver and hair coiled over his shoulder. The weight of his village's hope was heavier than any pack. They finally found where it rested. It was a narrow, stone-walled canyon, a deep scar in the earth where the wind howled with a mournful, hungry sound. The cold here was so intense it was a physical pain. Their breath froze instantly into clouds of ice crystals before their faces, and the leather of their moccasins grew stiff and brittle. At the end of the canyon, in a small, sheltered alcove, they saw the signs. There were no bodies, no bones. The WENDIGO did not leave such crude evidence. There were only scraps of clothing, a child's small mitten, a woman's beaded belt, frozen into the canyon wall, monuments to the stolen lives. The place was a tomb of silent despair. As they stood at the mouth of the canyon, a plan formed without words. This was the place. They would make their stand here. While Makwa and Maingan began to build a massive fire, using the dead, dry pines that clung to the canyon rim, Anamiki and Bainisi scouted the area. The plan was simple, born of desperation and Anang's wisdom. They would trap the creature, bind it with the sacred rope, and Anamiki would take its heart. The fire was not for warmth. It was the weapon that would deliver the final blow. As dusk fell, the fire was roaring, a column of furious orange flame and swirling smoke that seemed to be the only living thing in this dead landscape. And as if drawn by this defiance, it came. It did not walk from the trees. It simply coalesced. The swirling snow and shadows at the far end of the canyon gathered together, twisting and rising. And then the Wendigo stood there, its skeletal form blotting out the last of the dying light, its eyes burning with a cold fire that was the antithesis of the bonfire the men had built. It saw them. It saw the fire. It let out a sound then. Not a roar or a shriek, but a noise that was the essence of a blizzard, the grinding of ice, and the scream of wind given a voice. It was a sound of pure, unending hunger. It started towards them, its long, creaking strides eating up the distance. "Now," Bainisi yelled, his voice cracking in the frigid air. The three warriors, Makwa, Bainisi, and Maingan, took up positions, the sacred rope held between them, forming a barrier. Anamiki stood behind them, the star metal dagger now in his hand. The blade felt strangely warm to the touch, a spark of ancient heat against the crushing cold. The Wendigo reached the line and walked straight into the rope. For a moment, it seemed as if it would pass right through. But then the silver threads and blessed hair flared with a soft, white light. The rope held. The creature stopped, its momentum broken. It thrashed, its icy limbs flailing, and the sound of its rage shook the stones of the canyon. The three men holding the rope were thrown about like dolls, their feet digging into the snow, their muscles straining to the point of tearing. The rope burned their hands, not with heat, but with a cold so intense it was like fire. "Hold it!" Anamiki screamed, his voice a prayer. He ran forward, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs. The world narrowed to the space between him and the monster. The Wendigo fixed its burning eye sockets on him, and he felt the full force of its presence. It was a wave of absolute zero, a spiritual cold that sought to freeze his blood, stop his heart, and extinguish the fire of his soul. He felt his courage falter, his legs grow heavy. The faces of his lost neighbors flashed before his eyes, their silent screams urging him on. He pushed through the wall of cold, his every step an act of will. He reached the creature's chest and looked up into the twisted deer skull. He raised the dagger. The Wendigo let out another gale, forced shriek, and swung a clawed hand at him. Anamiki ducked, the icy talons grazing his shoulder, tearing his furs and leaving behind lines of searing, cold pain. He didn't hesitate. He lunged forward and plunged the star, metal dagger deep into the creature's chest, aiming for the pulsing black heart. There was a sound like a glacier calving, a deep, resonant crack that echoed through the canyon. The blade struck something solid, something that resisted with an ancient, stubborn force. Anamiki pushed with all his might, and the dagger sank deeper. He reached into the wound with his free hand. The cold was an agony beyond description, a fire that burned and froze at the same time. His flesh blackened instantly where it touched the creature's icy body, but his fingers closed around his prize. He pulled his hand back, and in his grasp was the heart. It was a block of jagged, black ice, veined with something that looked like frozen blood. It pulsed with a faint, dark light, and it was so cold it felt like it was leeching the life from his very bones. His hand was already frozen, the skin split and bleeding, but he held on. "The fire!" he roared, his voice hoarse with pain. He turned and, with the last of his strength, hurled the heart towards the roaring bonfire. It flew in a perfect arc, a piece of darkness sailing through the air, and landed squarely in the center of the flames. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. The WENDIGO let out a shriek that was not of this world. It was a sound of pure agony that cracked the very stones around them. The ice heart sizzled and hissed in the fire, releasing a thick, black, foul, smelling steam that rose into the night sky. As the heart began to melt, bubbling like black tar, the creature's body began to dissolve. Its icy form lost its cohesion, turning into a cloud of freezing mist. Its limbs evaporated, its skull, like head, crumbled into snow and shadow, and with one final, soul-tearing wail that echoed down from the stars, it vanished. When the heart was completely gone, there was nothing left but silence, the crackling of the fire, and the ragged breathing of 4 exhausted men. The oppressive, supernatural cold was gone, replaced by the clean, sharp chill of a normal winter night. My grandfather looked at me then, his eyes serious, pulling me back from the frozen canyon to the warm cabin. "The WENDIGO was gone," he said softly. "Anamiki and the others returned as heroes. My great-great-grandfather's hand was scarred for life, a permanent reminder of the cold he had touched. But the spirit of the WENDIGO remains. It is a part of the world, a shadow that waits. It waits for the next hard winter, the next season of endless greed, the next time a human heart forgets its connection to others and succumbs to the madness of hunger. Never forget, Chaitin," he said, his hand resting on my shoulder. "The greatest evils are not always slain by strength alone. Sometimes, they can only be defeated by striking at their heart. And you must always be vigilant, lest that hunger find a home in your own." My name is Frank Dubois. To say I'm a trapper is to state a fact, but it's a pale summary of a life's work. For 40 years, I have lived and breathed the deep woods, Abitibi region, a sprawling, unforgiving wilderness of pine, spruce, and granite that has been the soul of my family for generations. My father, Jean Paul, taught me the ways of the forest, just as his father, Henry, taught him. We are not men who seek to conquer the wild. We are men who seek to understand its rhythms, to live in accordance with its unwritten laws. The forest has a language, and after 4 decades of listening, I'd like to think I'm fluent. I know the subtle shift in the wind that precedes a blizzard. I can read the story of a day's events in the tracks left by a fox or a moose. I know the difference between the call of a hunting owl and the cry of a lost lynx. Respect is the currency of this place, and I have always paid my dues. But what I encountered last winter, in the deepest cold and darkest heart of the woods, was a thing that does not trade in respect. It is a debt collector, and the only payment it accepts is life itself. My deep woods line is a 50-mile journey from the nearest hint of civilization, the sleepy town of Val-d'Or. It's a trip I make every season, a pilgrimage into solitude. It begins in my old Ford pickup, rattling down logging roads that dwindle from gravel to little more than dirt tracks. When the snow becomes too deep, I switch to the ski-doo, its engine a familiar roar against the profound silence. The final 10 miles are done on snowshoes, with my gear loaded onto a poke sled I pull behind me. This final leg of the journey is where the world truly changes. The air grows still and heavy, thick with the scent of pine and cold earth. The sounds of the modern world are completely gone, replaced by the crunch of my snowshoes and the steady beat of my own heart. It's a cleansing, a shedding of a world I no longer feel a part of. My cabin is not much to look at. A single room built of cedar logs my grandfather felled and stripped by hand. It's nestled in a small clearing, protected from the worst of the wind by a stand of ancient white pines. Inside, it's Spartan but comfortable: a wood stove, a cot, a small table, and shelves stocked with the essentials. It is my sanctuary, a fortress of solitude that has stood against 100 winters. It was here, in this place of profound peace, that my war began. The first few days were routine. I'd rise before dawn, the air so cold it felt sharp in my lungs, and set out to check my lines. The work is hard but honest. It's a quiet communion with the land. But on the third day, something felt different. The usual chatter of squirrels and chickadees was absent. The forest was cloaked in an unnerving silence, a stillness that felt heavy, expectant. I checked the weather on my small satellite radio before I left town. It had promised a week of clear, cold skies. Yet, as the afternoon wore on, the sky, a placid blue just hours before, had curdled into a bruised, violent purple along the western horizon. The temperature began to plummet with an alarming speed. I've seen storms moving fast in the Abitibi, but this was different. This felt orchestrated. The wind didn't just rise, it awoke, and it was angry. It howled through the trees not with a whistle, but with a low, guttural moan that seemed to come from the very bedrock of the earth. I made it back to the cabin, just as the first flakes began to fall. Not gentle flakes, but hard, stinging pellets of ice driven by a gale that shook the log walls. I secured the shutters, stoked the wood stove until it glowed a cherry red, and settled in to wait. Riding out a storm is part of the life. It's a time for mending gear, sharpening knives, and losing oneself in the simple, hypnotic dance of the flames. For 2 days, the world outside was a maelstrom of white fury. The wind shrieked and clawed at the cabin, a relentless assault. I was content, secure in my small fortress, oblivious to the fact that the storm was not the threat, but merely the curtain rising on the main act. It was on the second night that I heard it. The storm was at its peak, a deafening symphony of chaos. I was sitting at the table, sipping a mug of hot tea, when a new sound sliced through the roar of the wind. It was a scream. It was distant, perhaps miles away, yet it cut through the blizzard's noise with an impossible clarity. My blood ran cold. I've spent my life in these woods, and I know the sounds of every creature that calls them home. This was none of them. It was the sound of a woman screaming. If that woman's lungs were filled with crushed glass and burning embers. It was the sound of a rabbit caught in a snare, magnified 1,000 times in volume and agony. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated agony and rage, so sharp and piercing it felt like an ice pick being driven through my eardrums. I froze, my mug halfway to my lips. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the storm's fury. I told myself it was the wind. The wind can play tricks, can mimic voices, can create phantoms from the air. But I knew I was lying. This was no trick of the wind. This was a voice. It was a living thing, and it was in pain, or it was inflicting it. I stood up, my chair scraping loudly against the floorboards, and grabbed the .30-06 that rested against the wall. My knuckles were white as I gripped the familiar wood and steel. I moved to the door, pressing my ear against the thick oak, listening. There was only the storm. The scream did not come again, but its echo remained, imprinted on the silence between the gusts of wind. A promise of something terrible that was now awake and sharing the woods with me. The warmth of the stove could no longer reach the chill that had settled deep in my bones. I was no longer just a man waiting out a storm. I was prey, waiting for the hunter to arrive. Sleep did not come that night. I sat in my chair, the 30-06 laid across my lap. Its cold weight a small and insignificant comfort. Every creak of the logs settling, every hiss of the fire, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. I was a prisoner in my own sanctuary, my senses stretched to a breaking point, listening for the return of that soul-shattering scream. It never came. There was only the howl of the wind, a sound that had once been a familiar lullaby, but now seemed to carry a mocking, predatory intelligence. The storm finally exhausted itself in the pre-dawn hours, the wind sighing into a whisper, and then silence. A silence more profound and unsettling than the gale that had preceded it. When the first weak light of morning filtered through the cracks in the shutters, I rose, my body stiff and aching. I unbarred the door and pushed it open, half expecting to find something waiting for me on the other side. But there was nothing. The world was reborn in white. The storm had dumped at least 4 feet of fresh, powdery snow, burying the landscape in a pristine, unblemished blanket. It was beautiful in a stark and desolate way. But the silence was what truly unnerved me. Absolute. No birdsong greeted the dawn. No chattering squirrels scolded me from the pines. The entire forest seemed to be holding its breath. It was the silence of a tomb, a sacred place that had been desecrated. My trapper's instincts, honed over a lifetime, screamed at me to stay inside, to keep the door barred and the fire fed. But the need to know, to understand what had made that sound, was stronger, and I had traps to check. A man's work doesn't stop for fear. I pulled on my heavy winter gear, strapped on my snowshoes, and slung the rifle over my shoulder. The air was frigid, clean, and still. Every breath plumed in front of my face like a ghost. As I began my circuit, the sheer wrongness of the scene became more apparent. The snow was a blank page, and I was the only one writing on it. There were no tracks. No deer, no rabbits, not even the tiny footprints of a field mouse. The forest was empty. My first trap was sprung. The steel jaws clamped shut on nothing but snow. The same was true for the second and the third. It was as if every living creature had vanished from the face of the earth. It was near my 4th trap site that I found the first piece of evidence that my fear was not just a product of isolation and a wild imagination. A landmark I had used for decades, a colossal white pine that had been a sapling when my grandfather was a boy, was destroyed. It wasn't felled by wind or lightning. It was snapped in half, about 10 feet from its base. The 2-foot, thick trunk splintered into jagged shards. The top half of the tree lay half, buried in a deep snowdrift, its dead branches reaching for the sky like skeletal fingers. I ran my gloved hand over the break. The sheer, brute force required to do this was incomprehensible. It was as if a giant had casually swatted it aside. 100 yards further on, the scene became even more disturbing. A cluster of granite boulders, each the size of my ski, had been a fixture of this landscape forever. My father had told me stories of playing on them as a child. Now, they were scattered across the clearing like a child's discarded marbles. One had been thrown so far, it had crashed in a thicket of spruce, leaving a crater in the snow. I felt a wave of dizziness. My mind struggled to process the implications. No bear, no moose, no machine I could imagine could inflict this kind of casual, titanic destruction. This was the work of something that operated outside the laws of nature as I knew them. It was then that I saw the footprints. They started near the shattered pine, a single line of them heading deeper into the woods. My heart, which had been a frantic drum, seemed to stop altogether. They were long and narrow, vaguely manlike in shape, but they were monstrous in size. Each print was nearly 2 feet long, but it was the depth that stole my breath. In the soft, powdery snow, my own snowshoes barely sank a few inches. These prints were sunk a good 3 feet into the snowpack, punched down with such force that the snow around their edges was compacted as hard as ice. This thing, whatever it was, possessed an impossible weight, an impossible strength. I followed them for a short distance, my rifle held at the ready. The stride was immense, easily 10 feet between each step. This was not a walk, this was the stride of something that devoured distance. The tracks led towards the densest, darkest part of the forest, a place where the old-growth trees blotted out the sun. I went no further. I turned and, for the first time in my life, I ran from the woods. I fled back to the cabin, my mind reeling. The image of those deep, violent footprints burned into my vision. That night, the true terror began. As darkness fell, it brought with it a cold that had nothing to do with the temperature. It was a cold of pure dread. I barricaded the door with my small, heavy table and nailed the shutters closed, plunging the cabin into near total darkness. Save for the flickering light of my kerosene lamp, I sat on my cot, rifle in hand, and waited. For hours, there was only the sound of my own ragged breathing, then a soft scratching at the door. Scrape, scrape, scrape. It was a delicate sound, like a single, long fingernail being drawn slowly across the wood. It went on for a full minute before stopping. I stared at the door, my eyes wide, sweat beading on my forehead despite the chill. Then came a heavy thump against the far wall, so powerful it shook the entire cabin. A jar of jam rattled off a shelf and shattered on the floor. I scrambled to my feet, aiming the rifle at the wall, my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. Silence again. And then I heard it begin to run. It wasn't the sound of a 4-legged animal. It was a heavy, bipedal, pounding rhythm, but it was impossibly fast. It began to circle the cabin. Thump, 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 thump. Faster and faster. A blur of motion I could sense, more than see through the tiny cracks in the log walls. The ground itself seemed to vibrate with its passage. This thing wasn't just strong, it was a creature of inhuman speed, a predator that moved like the wind it had ridden in on. I risked a glance through a small peephole I had drilled in the door years ago. In the stark blue moonlight filtering onto the snow, I saw a flash of movement. A tall, skeletal pale shape there and gone in the blink of an eye. Faster than a deer, faster than any wolf. It was a phantom, a blur of horrifying velocity. It was playing with me. It was testing the walls of my cage. And I knew, with a certainty that was colder and sharper than any winter frost, that it would eventually find a way in. The relentless, pounding rhythm of its run was a physical force, a pressure against the log walls and against my own sanity. The ground trembled, and with each heavy footfall, a fine dust of dried moss and ancient dirt sifted down from the rafters, catching the lamplight like malevolent sprites. My world had shrunk to this single, besieged room, and the universe outside was filled with nothing but the sound of that monstrous, tireless predator. Then, as suddenly as it began, the running stopped. The silence that crashed down in its wake was somehow worse, thick with anticipation. I stood frozen in the center of the room, my rifle feeling as useless as a child's toy, my ears straining against the sudden quiet. Where was it? What was it doing? The answer came not as a sound, but as a smell. A faint, foul odor seeping through the cracks in the door. It was the smell of a damp grave, of meat that had spoiled and frozen and spoiled again. It was the scent of rot and deep, ancient cold. Then came the shriek. It wasn't distant this time. It was directly outside the door, a blast of sound so potent and full of hate that it was a physical blow. I staggered back, clapping my hands over my ears, but it was useless. The sound was inside my skull, a needle of pure agony. And then it hit the door. The first impact was a solid, deafening K. The thick oak, which had stood firm for a century, groaned in protest, and the entire door frame shuddered. I saw the wood bulge inward. It hit the door again, a blow of impossible, focused power. The sound was like a thunderclap inside the tiny cabin. The heavy wooden bar I had placed across the door splintered, its two halves clattering uselessly to the floor. I could see moonlight now through a long, jagged crack that had appeared down the center of the door. I raised the 30-06, the stock pressed hard against my shoulder, my cheek welded to the cold wood, the front sight wavering on the splintered ruin of the entrance. A third strike. This time, it wasn't a thump, but the sharp, tearing screech of metal giving way. The hinges, forged by my grandfather, were torn from the doorframe as if they were made of tin. The door didn't open. It flew across the room, propelled by the force of the blow, and smashed against the far wall, disintegrating into a shower of oaken shards. And in the empty doorway, silhouetted against the stark, white light of the moonlit snow, it stood. My mind, which had been racing with terror, went utterly still and cold. Some horrors are beyond the ability of the mind to process with panic. They can only be met with a kind of numb, horrified clarity. It was tall, impossibly so, its head nearly scraping the top of the doorframe. And it was gaunt, a skeletal figure of famine and frost. Its skin was the color of old bone, a sickly translucent white that seemed to shine with its own faint luminescence. It was stretched so tightly over its frame that I could see the outline of every rib, every joint. Its arms were grotesquely long, thin as branches, ending in hands with dirty, talon-like fingers that hung almost to its knees. It took a hesitant step into the cabin, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a marionette with tangled strings. And its eyes, in the shadowy hollows of its skull-like face, 2 points of light burned with a cold, hungry intelligence. They were not reflections of my lamp. They were their own source, glowing with a pale, predatory fire. Those eyes fixed on me, and in their depths, I saw an eternity of winter, an endless hunger that could never be sated. The stench of decay washed over me, a suffocating wave. This was the Wendigo, the spirit of the lonely places, the thing that the old stories warned you about in whispers around a winter fire. The stories, I now realized, had been hopelessly inadequate. My training, 40 years of it, took over. I didn't think. I acted. I centered the rifle's sight on the creature's chest, on the hollow space where a heart should be, and I squeezed the trigger. The roar of the shot in the confined space was apocalyptic. The muzzle flash lit the creature in a brilliant, momentary tableau of horror. The 180-grain bullet, which could stop a charging moose in its tracks, struck it dead center. The impact threw it back a step. A dark, viscous fluid, black as crude oil, oozed from the wound. But it did not fall. It looked down at the hole in its chest with what seemed like mild curiosity, a flicker of annoyance. Then its glowing eyes snapped back to mine, and from its throat came a low, guttural growl that was far more terrifying than its scream. It was a sound of absolute confidence, the sound a wolf makes just before it closes its jaws on the throat of a lamb. In that moment, I knew. I could not kill it with lead. I could not fight it with strength. I was trapped, a mouse in a box with a cat that could not die. It lunged, crossing the distance between us with that same unnatural, horrifying speed I had glimpsed outside. Its long, clawed fingers reached for me. My life didn't flash before my eyes. There was only a single, stark realization: I was about to die. But as it lunged, my eyes fell upon the kerosene lamp on the table, its flame casting long, dancing shadows. It was not a thought, not a plan, but a final, desperate instinct for survival. As its claws raked the air just inches from my face, I grabbed the lamp by its hot metal base and threw it with all my strength. The glass globe shattered against the creature's gaunt chest. Kerosene splashed across its parchment like skin, and in an instant, the flame found the fuel. The Wendigo went up like a torch. It erupted in a column of orange and yellow fire, and it screamed. This scream was different. It was not the sound of a predator. It was the sound of pure, unadulterated agony. It was a shriek that tore at the very fabric of the night. A sound of rage and pain so profound it seemed to shake the stars. It staggered backward, flailing its long, burning arms, a pillar of fire stumbling out of my cabin and into the snow. It thrashed wildly in the clearing, a dancing, screaming inferno, setting fire to the snow-laden branches of the pines around it. I watched, paralyzed, from the ruined doorway of my cabin as the flames consumed it. The fire burned with an unnatural intensity, white-hot and smokeless. Slowly, the screaming subsided, and the fiery shape collapsed. The flames dwindled, and soon there was nothing left but a large, blackened patch of scorched earth on the pristine snow, steaming in the frigid air. I did not wait for sunrise. I left everything. My traps, my gear, my rifle, the memories of my father and grandfather. I walked out of those woods without looking back. A 50-mile journey on foot through the crushing cold. I did not feel the cold. I did not feel anything. I have never been back. Some nights, when the wind howls in a particular way, I can still hear that final scream. And I know that the woods are not empty. They are just waiting. My name is Sarah Jenkins, and for the better part of a decade, my life's work has been to chase silence. As a professional landscape photographer, I've always been drawn to the places most people flee from: the desolate, the stark, the brutally honest landscapes where nature exists in its most untamed form. My portfolio is a testament to this obsession, filled with images of volcanic deserts in Iceland, the skeletal remains of salt flats in Bolivia, and the unforgiving emptiness of the Antarctic Peninsula. I specialize in winter, a season that strips the world down to its essential truths of light, shadow, and form. There is a profound, almost spiritual beauty in a landscape that is actively trying to kill you. Last year, I was awarded the prestigious Alastair Finch Grant for environmental photography. It was a significant sum, enough to fund a major expedition. The proposal I had submitted was ambitious: a 3-month solo project to document the remote, unorganized territories of northern Maine during the deep winter months. My goal was to create a collection titled The Great Stillness, a visual exploration of profound isolation. I wanted to capture the feeling of being the only living soul for 100 miles, to translate the immense, crushing weight of a silent, frozen world into a series of photographs. I spent months preparing, poring over topographical maps, studying weather patterns, and equipping myself with the best cold weather gear money could buy. I was confident, perhaps overly so, in my ability to handle whatever the wilderness threw at me. I got more than I bargained for. I established my first base camp in early January, near the shore of a secluded, unnamed lake that was frozen solid. Reaching it was an ordeal in itself, involving a long drive up logging roads that gradually disappeared into snow-covered tracks, followed by a 2-day trek on snowshoes, hauling my gear on a poke sled. The silence that greeted me was absolute. It was a physical presence, a pressure against the eardrums, broken only by the mournful groan of the lake ice expanding and contracting, or the whisper of wind weaving through the dense stands of pine and fir that bordered the shore. For the first 2 days, it was paradise. The air was so cold it felt crystalline, and the light had a purity I'd rarely encountered. I worked tirelessly, from the fragile pinks of dawn to the deep, star-dusted blues of twilight. I felt alive, invigorated by the challenge and the solitude. The third morning, however, brought the first crack in my carefully constructed peace. I woke just before sunrise, the inside of my four-season tent frosted with my own breath. My routine was meticulous: fire up the small stove for coffee, check the batteries on my equipment, and review the previous day's shots. As I scrolled through the images on the back of my primary camera, a Nikon D-N50, tucked between a stunning long exposure of the aurora borealis from the night before and a test shot of my tent, were a series of images I had no memory of taking. There were 7 of them. They were night shots, taken without a tripod, judging by their chaotic, blurry nature. The camera's autofocus had struggled in the dark, rendering the images as a smear of dark shapes and unfocused points of light. They seemed to be pointed at the tree line at the edge of my small clearing, the very edge of the world as far as I was concerned. It looked as though the camera had been picked up and waved around haphazardly. My stomach tightened. I was meticulous about my gear. I would never leave my camera out of its padded, insulated case overnight, let alone handle it so carelessly. My first thought was a logical one: sleepwalking. It was a known, if rare, side effect of certain medications, and while I wasn't on any, perhaps the extreme cold and isolation were having a strange effect on my subconscious. I navigated to the metadata for the first image. My heart began to thud a slow, heavy rhythm against my ribs. The timestamp was 3:17 a.m. The second was 3:18 a.m. All 7 were taken within a 2-minute window. I had been in a deep, exhausted sleep inside my sub-zero sleeping bag, zipped up to my nose. There was no way. A cold dread, entirely different from the ambient chill, began to seep into my bones. I told myself there had to be an explanation. A technical glitch. A firmware bug that had somehow triggered the shutter. But the images felt intentional. The way the camera angle shifted, it was as if someone, or something, was testing the device, trying to figure it out. I deleted them, a frantic, superstitious act, as if removing the data could remove the event itself. But the unease lingered, a poisonous residue in the back of my mind. The profound silence of the woods no longer felt peaceful. It felt watchful. The feeling of being observed grew stronger throughout the day. I tried to work, but my focus was shattered. Every snap of a frozen twig, under the weight of snow, sounded like a footstep. The dark spaces between the trees seemed to hold shapes that vanished whenever. I looked directly at them. The isolation I had craved was now a source of mounting terror. By evening, I couldn't bear it anymore. I decided to break camp a day early and move to my second planned location, a high ridge several miles to the east that promised a panoramic view of a vast, untouched river valley. I told myself a change of scenery would clear my head. The hike to the ridge was grueling, and my paranoia was a heavy companion. I kept stopping, turning, scanning the woods behind me, seeing nothing but the endless white and green. When I finally reached the summit, the view was breathtaking, a sweeping vista of a world clad in white. A frozen river snaked through the valley below like a vein of polished steel. For a moment, the sheer grandeur of it all pushed my fear away. This was why I was here. This was the shot. As I was setting up my heavy tripod, anchoring its legs deep into the snow, a flicker of movement far below caught my eye. I squinted, shielding my eyes against the glare. Down on the frozen river, a figure was moving. It was a dark speck against the brilliant white, walking with a slow, deliberate pace along the center of the ice. My first reaction was a mix of annoyance and professional curiosity. A lost hunter, perhaps. Or a fellow adventurer, though the odds of that were astronomical. The presence of another human would ruin the pristine, untouched quality I wanted to capture, but it was also a story. I detached my camera from the tripod and fitted my 70-200 mm telephoto lens, extending it to its full focal length. I raised it to my eye, my photographer's instincts taking over. I braced myself against a tree, took a breath to steady my hands, and focused. The figure resolved into a clearer shape. It was humanoid, but something was immediately and horribly wrong. I fired off a burst of shots, the rapid clack, clack, clack of the shutter sounding unnervingly loud in the stillness. I kept shooting, zooming and refocusing, trying to make sense of the impossible sight in my viewfinder. That evening, huddled in the claustrophobic confines of my tent, the wind howling over the ridge, I finally dared to load the day's photos onto my laptop. My hands trembled as I opened the folder. I clicked on the first image of the distant figure and began to zoom in. My blood didn't just run cold, it felt like it turned to ice. It wasn't a hunter. It was tall, impossibly so, and completely naked despite the sub-zero temperatures. Its skin was a pale, sickly, ashen gray that seemed to absorb the light, a dead color against the pure white snow. Its limbs were the worst part. They were unnaturally long and thin, stretched to grotesque proportions, making its slow walk look like the gait of a nightmarish insect. But it was the face, even from a distance of nearly a mile, that made me choke back a gasp of pure horror. The digital image was horribly, undeniably clear. The creature's head was long and skull-like. Its eyes were sunk deep into shadowed sockets, but within them, I could see a faint, malevolent luminescence like the dying embers of a fire. Its teeth were visible, not because it was smiling, but because it had no lips. They were gone, seemingly chewed or torn away, leaving a ragged, blackened, and bloody ruin around a mouth filled with long, yellowed fangs. It was locked in a permanent, horrifying grin of exposed bone and gore. It was a visage of pure, undiluted starvation and madness. I stared at the screen, my mind refusing to process what my eyes were seeing. The terrifying, grinning face of something that should not exist, walking calmly through the beautiful, silent world I had come to capture. My first instinct was to slam the laptop shut. The metallic click echoed in the small tank like a gunshot, and I recoiled, scrambling backwards until my shoulders hit the fabric wall. I sat there, panting in the sudden darkness. The afterimage of that lipless, grinning face burned onto the inside of my eyelids. The wind howled outside, a low, predatory moan that now seemed to hold a voice. My mind, usually my most trusted asset, analytical, calm, and observant, was a maelstrom of denial and pure animal terror. It was a trick of the light, a digital artifact from the telephoto lens. Pixelation, a bizarre confluence of shadows and ice crystals. I repeated these rationalizations like a mantra, but they were hollow, meaningless words against the stark, high-resolution horror I had just witnessed. My hands shook so violently I could barely control them. I knew, with a certainty that defied all logic, that I had to destroy the image. The thought of it existing, even as a collection of pixels on a hard drive, felt like a contamination. It was a cursed thing. Forcing myself to move, I crawled back to the laptop and opened it. The glowing screen illuminated the grinning face once more. I couldn't breathe. My finger, trembling, moved the cursor over the file. I didn't just move it to the trash. I held down the Shift key, ensuring its permanent deletion, and clicked. The confirmation box appeared. Are you sure you want to permanently delete this file? My thumb slammed down on the Enter key. I did the same for every other shot of the creature, not daring to look at them for more than a split second, until all evidence was gone. Then I shut down the machine, packed it deep into its case, and shoved it to the far corner of the tent. Sleep was impossible. Every gust of wind against the tent was the brush of a long, thin limb. Every creak of a snow-laden branch was the snap of a bone. I sat with my back against my pack, my ice axe clutched in my lap, and listened to the sounds of the night, my senses stretched to a painful degree of acuity. The world outside was no longer a beautiful, empty wilderness. It was a hunting ground, and I was trespassing. The name came to me then, dredged up from some half-forgotten article or campfire story. Wendigo. A legend. A folktale from the northern woods about a spirit of winter. An embodiment of insatiable hunger, of cannibalism, of a human transformed into a monstrous creature by desperation and greed. I had scoffed at such stories, dismissing them as primitive attempts to explain the hardships of winter survival. Now, the legend felt chillingly, horribly real. As soon as the first hint of gray lightened the eastern sky, I was out of the tent. There was no thought of photography, no consideration for the grant or my project. My only objective was to get back to my Jeep, a tiny metal shell of safety that felt a lifetime away. I worked with a frantic, desperate energy, tearing down my camp with numb fingers. I didn't bother being neat, just stuffed the tent, sleeping bag, and stove into my poke sled. The whole time, the feeling of being watched was a physical weight on my shoulders. I scanned the surrounding trees, the ridge, the valley below. Nothing. But the emptiness itself was menacing. It knew I was leaving. It was letting me pack. The plan was to retrace my steps, back down the ridge, and then west towards the frozen lake where I'd first camped. From there, it was a 2-day hike back to the logging road and my vehicle. As I started the descent, I saw them. Tracks. In the fresh snow that had fallen overnight, leading away from my campsite, were tracks. They were not from a deer, or a moose, or a bear. They were long, narrow, and distinctly humanoid. But the stride was impossibly long, far longer than any human could make, especially in deep snow. They were the tracks of the thing from the river. It had been here. It had circled my camp while I was huddled in terror, looking at its picture. I felt a wave of nausea. It hadn't been on the river by chance. It had been coming for me. My pace quickened from a deliberate hike to a near run, my snowshoes catching awkwardly as I half stumbled, half slid down the wooded slope, the poke careening behind me. Panic was a rising tide, and I fought to keep my head, to focus on navigation. Getting lost out here would be a death sentence, and I had a horrifyingly clear picture of what that death would look like. It was near midday when I came across the deer. I smelled it first, the coppery scent of blood, stark and out of place in the sterile, frozen air. The scene was one of utter carnage. A large doe lay in a small clearing, or what was left of it. It hadn't been killed by wolves or a mountain lion. It had been dismantled. Its limbs were torn from their sockets, the bones snapped with brutal force. The rib cage was splayed open, the organs gone. But the most disturbing part was the meat. It was shredded, scraped from the bone in long, stringy strips, as if with claws or talons. And all around the carcass, churned into the blood-soaked snow, were those same long, wrong footprints. It had been a fresh kill. It was close. That was when I abandoned my gear. The poke, the tent, the expensive camera equipment. It was all just weight. I unclipped the harness from around my waist, leaving the sled and its contents sitting in the snow. I kept only a small day pack with a satellite phone, a flare, and my ice axe. And then I ran. I ran with the wild. Adrenaline fueled desperation of a prey animal. The forest became a green and white blur. I didn't care about the noise I was making. Crashing through undergrowth, my breath coming in ragged, painful sobs. And then I heard it. Behind me. A soft, rhythmic crunch, crunch, crunch in the snow. It wasn't the sound of a running animal. It was too steady, too calm. It was the sound of a walk. A slow, relentless walk. I didn't dare look back. I knew if I saw it, I would fall. I would give up. The sound kept pace with me perfectly. When I sped up, my lungs burning, the crunching behind me sped up, maintaining the same distance. When I slowed, exhausted, to navigate a thicket of trees, the sound slowed with me. It was toying with me. It wasn't even breathing hard. The psychological terror of it was worse than any physical threat. It was a promise. You can run as fast as you like. It won't matter. I will be right here. Hours blurred together. My world shrank to the next tree, the next rise, the next gasp of icy air. The sun began to dip towards the horizon, casting long, menacing shadows that looked like grasping arms. I finally burst through a final stand of pine trees and saw it. The road, and parked on its shoulder, covered in a layer of snow, was my Jeep. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. With the last of my strength, I sprinted across the remaining 50 yards of open ground, fumbling in my pocket for my keys. My fingers were clumsy with cold and fear, and I dropped them in the snow. I cried out in frustration, falling to my knees and digging frantically. My hand closed around the cold metal. As I stood up, keys clutched in my fist, a movement at the edge of the woods caught my eye. I glanced back. It was standing there, partially hidden behind the trunk of a massive white pine, just at the tree line. It was almost invisible, its pale gray skin a perfect camouflage against the bark and snow. But I could see it. I could see the impossibly long limbs, the skeletal frame, and the head tilted at an inquisitive angle. And I could see the faint, orange glow of its eyes fixed directly on me. As I watched, paralyzed, it raised one of its long, bony hands. It brought its fingers to its ruined mouth, to that lipless, bloody grin that was not a grin at all. The gesture was slow, deliberate, and obscene. It was the most terrifying thing I have ever witnessed, because it was not the gesture of a mindless beast. It was a communication, a message of hunger, of what it intended to do to me. The spell broke. I scrambled into the Jeep, jammed the key into the ignition, and twisted. The engine turned, caught, and roared to life. I didn't look back again. I slammed the vehicle into drive and sped away, leaving a cloud of gravel and snow, and the image of that watching, waiting figure forever seared into my mind. I don't remember the first 20 miles of the drive. My mind was a white, out of pure terror, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, my foot pressing the accelerator to the floor. The Jeep fishtailed on the icy logging road, and I corrected with jerky, panic movements. My entire consciousness was focused on the rectangle of my rearview mirror. I expected to see it at any moment, loping out of the tree line, keeping pace with its impossibly long strides. Every shadow that flickered at the edge of the road was it. Every barren tree that resembled a humanoid form made my heart leap into my throat. The forest was no longer a collection of trees. It was a single, living entity, and it was watching me go. It took nearly an hour to reach the paved state highway. The moment the tires hit the smooth asphalt, a single, gut-wrenching sob escaped my lips. It was a sound of such profound relief it felt like a physical part of me was being torn out. I pulled over, the engine still running, and just shook. The shaking started in my hands and spread through my entire body until my teeth were chattering uncontrollably. I was safe. The thought was simple, but my mind couldn't fully grasp it. Safety felt like a foreign concept, a language I no longer spoke. The first town I came to was a small, sleepy place called Millinocket. The sudden appearance of streetlights, houses with warm yellow windows, and other cars felt like a hallucination. People were walking on sidewalks, going into diners, living their lives, completely oblivious to the ancient horror that walked the woods just a few miles away. I felt like a ghost, a visitor from another reality. I checked into the first motel I saw, a dingy place with a flickering neon sign. I paid in cash, my hands still trembling as I signed the register. The man at the desk gave me a strange look but said nothing. Inside the room, I locked the deadbolt, slid the chain across, and shoved a chair under the doorknob. I turned on every light, including the one in the bathroom, and the television, needing to flood the space with noise and light to drive out the oppressive silence and the encroaching shadows. I stood under the shower for an hour, the water as hot as I could stand it, scrubbing at my skin as if I could wash away the memory, the sight, the feeling of being hunted. But the image of that lipless grin was indelible, burned into my mind. When I closed my eyes, it was all I could see. I never went back for my equipment. The Alastair Finch Grant Committee was surprisingly understanding when I contacted them. I told them there had been an accident, that I had been caught in a storm and forced to abandon my gear to save my life. It was a lie, but it was the only explanation the sane world would accept. The truth was unspeakable. How could I tell them I had fled from a creature of folklore? They would have thought I'd lost my mind. Sometimes I think perhaps I did. The weeks that followed are a blur of sleepless nights and paranoid days. I drove south, away from the endless forests of Maine, but the fear came with me. I couldn't be in a quiet room. The silence I had once dedicated my life to capturing was now my tormentor. It was in the silence that I would hear a faint crunch, 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 like footsteps on snow, even in my apartment in the city. I saw it everywhere. In the gaunt face of a stranger on the subway, in the way a tree's branches looked like long, grasping fingers against the night sky. My work, my passion, was destroyed. I tried to edit the photos I had taken before the encounter, the beautiful, serene landscapes of the frozen lake at dawn, but I couldn't look at them. The stark, desolate beauty I had once loved now held only menace. The dark spaces between the trees were no longer just shadows, they were hiding places. The great stillness I had sought to document was not an absence of life, but the presence of something else entirely. Something ancient and patient and eternally hungry. My career as a winter landscape photographer was over. There was one last piece of unfinished business that gnawed at me. The first memory card. The one from the camera at the first camp, containing the 7 blurry photos that had been taken at 3:17 a.m. while I slept. In my flight, it was the one thing I had instinctively grabbed and shoved into my pocket. I had deleted the images from the camera's memory, but I hadn't reformatted the card. I knew that with the right software, deleted files could often be recovered. For months, the card sat in a drawer. I was terrified of it. I knew I should destroy it, snap it in half and throw it away. But another part of me, the photographer, the observer, the part of me that needed to know, couldn't let it go. One night, fueled by whiskey and a desperate need for some kind of closure, I put the card into my reader. I downloaded a data recovery program and ran it. My heart hammered against my ribs as a list of recoverable files appeared on the screen. There they were, 7 JPs. I restored the first one. It was just as I remembered, a chaotic, blurry mess of dark trees and out of focus light. Useless. I opened it in my professional editing software. I began to work on it, not as a photographer trying to create a beautiful image, but as a forensic investigator. I sharpened the details, adjusted the contrast, reduced the noise, pushing the file to its absolute limit. The image slowly came into a semblance of focus. The dark shapes resolved into the pine trees at the edge of my camp. And then I saw it. In the foreground, horribly, terrifyingly close, was a shape that hadn't been visible in the blur. It was a hand. A long, gray, skeletal hand with dirty, broken fingernails. Its fingers wrapped around the barrel of my camera lens. The picture hadn't been taken from a distance. It had been taken by something holding my camera, its thumb presumably pressing the shutter button. It was a self-portrait. I didn't recover the other 6 photos. I ripped the memory card from the reader, took it outside to the concrete patio of my apartment, and smashed it to powder with a hammer. I don't know what I saw in the woods of northern Maine. My rational mind still scrambles for explanations. A hermit driven mad by solitude, a hoax, a hallucination brought on by stress and isolation. But in the dead of night, when the silence of the city deepens, I know what I saw. I saw something that has existed in the deep, cold places of the world long, before we built our cities and our roads, and will be there long after they are gone. I went seeking the raw power of nature, and I found it. I survived, but I left my peace, my passion, and my sanity behind in that endless white wilderness. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my soul, that it is still out there, walking on its long, thin limbs, its lipless grin fixed in a rictus of eternal hunger, waiting patiently in the great stillness.